must be sick. All you talk about is just get rich. Choke my neck, nigga, and ice my bitch. Beat the system with chains and whips.
This is culturally inappropriate.
You run from the spirit of repossession. Too much enamel covers your necklace. I buy bitches, you buy them sections. You buy watches, I buy collections. Misery's fueling your aggression. Jealousy's turned into obsession. Reality TV is mud wrestling. Some sign checks I know better than. Beware of my name that there's delicate. You know I know where you're delicate. Crush you to pieces, I hum a breath of it. I will close your heaven for the hell of it. You think it'd be valor amongst veterans. I'm watching your fame escape relevance. We all in a room, but here's the elephant. You chasing a feature out of your element. And those lab diamonds under inspection. The question marks block your blessings. It's no tombstones in the desert. I know by now you get the message. Uncle said, nigga, you must be sick. All you talk about is just get rich. Choke my neck, nigga, and ice my bitch. Beat the system with chains and whips.
It don't take much to put two and two. Your lucky streak is now losing you. Money's dried up like a cuticle. You're gasping for air now, it's beautiful. John 10:10, that's my usual. Mamas is falling out in funerals. Embalming blows, they now viewing you. They never find the guns, but the sewers do. Bubbles was sick, he need medicine. Brought him back to life, now we're dead again. Richard don't make watches for presidents. Just a million trapped between skeletons. This the darkest that I ever been. The diamonds make you taste peppermint. You ain't driving the snow like it's the Revenant. And send orders back down to keep shoveling.
Uncle said, nigga, you must be sick. All you talk about is just get rich. Choke my neck, nigga, and ice my bitch. Beat the system with chains and whips.
You know, but get calling, you look side to side like what did they say, and they ain't the Lord's voice, and then you realize that the devil is talking to you.
I'm not the candidate to vibe with. I don't fuck with the kumbaya shit. All that talent must be God sent. I send your ass back to the cosmics. The things I seen under my eyelids. Kaleidoscope dreams, murder and sirens. Let's be clear, hip-hop died again. Half of my profits may go to Rakim. How many Judases that let me down? But fuck it, the West Minds, we right now. Therapy showed me how to open up. It also showed me I don't give a fuck. The two-time Gemini with the genocide. I'm generous, however you want it. I'll be the gentle kind. Gentlemen and gangsters connect. The agenda of mine. Move niggas up out of here. This shit get gentrified. Heavy jeans like Genevieve's. I drop your Pentagon to show up at your gender reveal. And tell them, give me mine. I son niggas, I am the general. Wear my gin and juice. Every song in the book of Genesis. Let the sonics boom. Niggas want the tea on me. Well, here's the ginger root. I generate residuals, bitch. Get off my genitals. They say I couldn't reach Gen Z. You fucking dickheads. You must be full of that ginseng. Here comes the jinx, yeah. They genetics been synthetic. Screaming they genius. A finger wave, they all fall. Niggas is Jenga. God gave me light. A good year full of free will. Trunk card, tell me not to spare your life. Motherfucker.
You know, but get calling, you look side to side like what did they say, and they ain't the Lord's voice, and then you realize that the devil is talking to you.
Grinding, you know what I keep in the lining. Niggas better stay in line when you see a nigga like me shining. Grinding, grinding, you know what I keep in the lining. Niggas better stay in line when you see a nigga like me shining. Grinding.
Today is the shadow of tomorrow. Today is the present future of yesterday. Yesterday is the shadow of today. The darkness of the past is yesterday, and the light of the past is yesterday. The days of yesterday are all numbered and some. Say the word once, because once upon a time there was a yesterday. Yesterday belongs to the day, because the day belongs to the past. The past is yesterday. Today is a preview of tomorrow, but for me, only from a better and happier point of view. My point of view is the thought of a better and try reality. Yesterday is eternity. The eternity of yesterday is dead. Yesterday is as one. The eternity of one is the eternity of the past. The past is once upon a time. Once upon a time is past. The past is yesterday. Today. The past is yesterday. Today. While we're searching for tomorrow.
The light of the past is the light which was. The wisdom of the past is the light of the past. The light of the future was the light which is to be. The wisdom of the future was the light of the future. See, yesterday belongs to the dead. Tomorrow belongs to the living. The past is certified as a finished product. Anything which is ended is finished. That which is perfect is finished. The perfect man is no exception to the rule. The perfect man of the past is made according to the rule of the past. The rule of the past is the law of injustice and hypocrisy. The revelation of the meaning of the law is revealed through the law itself. The wisdom of the past is the light of the past. The light which is to be. The wisdom of the future. The light of the future casts a shadows of tomorrow.
You could give two people, some constructors of a building, the same materials and want them to build a house. And they're going by the way the architects have that blueprint. You have to have a blueprint. And here's a person come on this planet, a little baby. Now, a person is just like a house. They begin to be built. They come up from a small zone up, and they're growing, but it's a blueprint for them. So somebody set the blueprint for them. And just like this country, it had a blueprint set. And it's published in England. England has a lot of books that you can't get in America. France too, Germany too. The wisdom is scattered all over the world. The Chinese have some, the Japanese got some. Everyone has part of the wisdom. Therefore, unless you can go to every country and read every book, you'll never know anything. Unless someone comes that's sent by the one who messed all the books up anyway and was taught by them, which I was taught by the one who messed the books up. So therefore, all I have to do is get a book, and I look in there, and what I already know is in there. The only reason I'm doing that because I don't want people to think that I'm talking, I want to be a ruler on this planet or anything, want to be a god or anything, because God made people, and I'd be ashamed to say I made them. So they can't get the opinion that said I'm God, because it embarrassed me a lot. I don't like to get embarrassed. Now here's a book called Ark of Bones by Hank Dumas. Now Hank Dumas was one of the most unique writers that America's ever produced. And he was supposedly killed by a policeman. He'd done a lot of things for black people. He'd done a lot of things for this country. He went to the Army, and he was teaching a government experimental school. So when you have a country like that, where someone who really is doing something worthwhile, and they get shot down by a policeman or by anybody, it's really ridiculous. It doesn't make sense for someone who's irreplaceable like him. Nobody like him ever existed in the white or black race to have to meet that kind of fate and be cut off so soon, because so you see you have a lot of things come to people and they don't protect things. I told you that the Bible said man is filthy and abominable. That's one of his definitions. So when you go out and you look at the skid row, you see men down on the bottom and they're filthy and abominable. You can see that they're just fulfilling the Bible. And in the city you go in, you can find some men that's filthy and abominable all over the world. Well, they're busy being man, the definition of it. Everyone have their part to play in the Bible. So it's not a matter they want to be like that. But then I started thinking, well, since that book is all over the world, that if there is a God and the book doesn't represent him, Why doesn't he stop it? And I began to wonder about it. So well, maybe this book is very cleverly written in an ignorant manner to fool people. It would definitely fool intellectuals. If it wasn't logical, they would get the book and say, this isn't anything. But so I took a red pencil and marked through the book, just like I would any other book. Right. That's the enemy. So then you have to find out what is that. Now, death was a very strange thing because just before I came here, there's a friend of mine in Philadelphia that died 3 times, officially died in the hospital. Each time, one time they took his heart out, massaged it, brought him back. Next time they stuck needles in his heart and brought him back. And he came back 3 times. It might seem a long ways from music, but along with education in schools, I was also educated by the creator of the universe, which is not everybody possibly not supposed to believe that. It made no difference to me. Nevertheless, I know a lot of things that people don't know, and no man taught me. Neither a white man nor a black man taught me these things. I thought they already knew. But then I came to find out they don't know. Time. They said time passed away. A person passed away. Now see, so they're over in the same equation. Now this X equal time, T-I-M-E. And X equal Christ. You can prove that by Christmas, because they say Xmas. So now, here you got a case where time and Christ, this X means time, X means Christ. So then you have to watch it when you jump over in that X. Now X also means unknown. They use an algebra and other for the unknown quality. You notice this Christ was speaking in parables. Now, if you come to teach somebody, if I came up here and I talked to you on in parables, you wouldn't understand anything because you might catch a little light, but it would be better if, just like I'm doing this, I'm showing you what it is. That's what a teacher's supposed to do. If someone comes and teaching you in parables, it means they don't really want you to know. And it's stated like that. Well, it's given to you to know, but the rest of them know. So then something was being set up for humanity that was over into a mystery. You're supposed to be intelligent, so you need some equations. You can read all kind of books with all kind of theories, like I got some books here from India and other places, and Tibet and all that. And this book here. All these are good books, but they're not doing like I'm doing. They don't have any equations. So I really can't respect anybody can write a book, or they can go out and they can research and get a little bit from this book, a little bit from this book, and you think they're very learned and they don't know anything. But when they come up with some equations, you have to start judging men by equations, because there are so many voices in the world that it's very difficult to tell who's telling the truth. But even if they're telling the truth, if it doesn't benefit you, you don't need it anyway. I'm telling you, you'd better wake up. It's all kind of beings on this planet with you walking around. You got angels and demons and all kind of things that I can't even find a name for, walking around right with you. So you can't tell like you take in Philadelphia. In New York itself, one night about 1,000 tombstones were knocked over, huge tombstones. Now, they didn't find any tracks, no automobile tracks, nothing. Now, what happened in that cemetery? Now, in Philadelphia, the same thing happened. Now, they turned over about 200 tombstones. They said the teenagers did it, and they brushed it on out, but no one saw any teenagers in the cemetery or anything, but they said, well, they had to do it. Now, it's no telling how many other cemeteries that something comes and knock over the tombstone. What happened? Did the people get up? Well, something happened. So now, they didn't put that in the paper where that should have been headlines. 1,000 tombstones. Of course, the New York papers did have it in there, but the other papers didn't mention it. And as I told you, in Philadelphia, they played it down. Now, it happened in New Jersey, too. Some tombstones were knocked over the same way. So now, you've got all kind of things happening on this planet. Black people have been singing a long time about in that great getting up morning, fare thee well, fare thee well. And where shall I be when the first trumpet sound? Now here you got something that they weren't just singing idly. They said the first trumpet gonna sound so loud. Now you're talking about the sound. It's gonna wake up the dead. But now you have to watch that word wait, too. You've been surrounded by words. Now here you say now, somebody wake up, that means like they're supposed to arise. But at the same time, here you got some black folks going to awake. And they say, I'm going to awake. Now if you put it together, they say, I'm going to awake. That's the awakening over there when somebody's dead. Now here's another word. Now you hear people talk about sound minds, showing you how important sound is. Sound minds, sound bodies, sound doctrine. Sound so loud, wake up the dead. Now you got this word sound in there, which comes down to vibrations and music. Once I told a friend of mine about sound. It hadn't been a matter of guns alone. It's been a matter of wisdom. And these people knew things. Now, it's not a matter that it was bad that they knew it. They just was using something that they felt black folks was their enemy. So they used anything, all fair and love and war. So anything they could find to use against a black man, they'd use it. If he wasn't aware of the fact, then, I mean, after all, the books are in the library, and that's where they learn. They learn out the books. So they think, well, the books are there, why don't he go and learn something? But while he going around thinking of things from a materialistic point of view and not thinking of psychic things, making a great mistake. Because you take like the war between Germany and England was decided by some psychic people. Unless you have a master strategist or something to actually be on a spiritual guide, you are never going to be the equal of the white race because they are very adept at black magic and other kind of stuff. Besides that, when they speak of cosmic consciousness and all that, they talk about waking their mind some more where they can get some more stuff for you. Because they can go over into, like over some of the God's territory, and a lot of them speak about seeing God. They can go over into the devil's territory and ask them, what else do you have that I can do to the black man? You see, and while he's sitting up being a big dummy, trying earth things, these folks are using everything. But of course, they did run across something which they have been warning each other, don't bother with that. It's too dangerous. So therefore, until you have the sort of planet where it's up under the jurisdiction of the creator of the universe, you're never going to have real brotherhood, or you're never going to have peace, which people talk about, because nations don't trust one another. You take like the white man, he doesn't really trust anybody black. And some black people probably do trust white people. I've seen a lot of them that do. But they don't be trusting black people. They always be watching them. And they don't trust nothing. They don't even trust each other because they know that man reach a certain point and he be doing some things there that you can't trust him. Sometimes a man will just break. Like I heard about some pilots. They drive a certain length of time, be going across that international date line. They keep on going back and forth over it. Now, there's no line there or anything, but just the vibrations. They keep on going, and something happened to them. They died earlier than other pilots that just stay away from going across that date line. So when you got something like that happening, where vibrations can actually be affecting the man when he's changing these times, and I mean, he's not even aware of it most of the time. It doesn't make any difference. Nature takes its toll anyway. Sun Ra, myth scientist, you see. You haven't had one of those before, so that's something. But this is a nice article to read about what is being said. Now, you got where the Germans gave a tremendous write-up for me. Now, you got another thing. Now, this is England. A space warning from Sun Ra to the planet Earth. Now, I'm saying they need help on this planet because of the fact that superior folks have turned the equations around on them and set them in a direction which is not good for them. Every man ought to be intelligent enough to see that all these bad things that are happening to humanity are not accidentally. Now, all these signs of nature keep on warning man. You're going to tell me that he's going to sleep through all of that? What would people do if an army of bees attacked them intelligently and directly? If they keep on being out of order with nature, then the other insects and birds will get out of order too. Something can rain down from the skies and kill everybody on this planet, and there won't be anything they can do about it. Nothing whatsoever. If fire rains down from heaven, there won't be any kind of defense. If the water rolls up on this planet over all the land, there won't be any kind of defense whatsoever. Every now and then, nature throws out these warnings, like the birds who flew into one of the tallest buildings in New York. Thousands of them flew into that building and fell down to the ground. Now, you know that birds are not supposed to do that. They're supposed to have instinct. In a lot of places, bees are biting people. I have seen several instances when bees have crawled up men's pants legs to bite them. Now, bees are not supposed to do anything like that. Seas got bounds and rivers got bounds. The same thing goes for man. He's not supposed to be rising up above his bounds, because if he does, other folks will do the same thing. When I read the history of human beings, I don't see any progress. Everything is standing still, like humanity is on a treadmill, just walking and walking and walking. And the faster they walk, the tighter they get, and the further they are away from getting anywhere. They should see that if you're going somewhere, the scenery changes. But it's still the same old dull scenery, and nothing changes. Of all the schools they have and all the philosophy sent to them, it's not supposed to be like that on this planet, but you see it is. So you can't blame the men who came and sacrificed their lives and gave up their time to science and education. These men gave up a lot of things for humanity, and all the time they gave up and all the sacrifice they made, sacrificing all their pledges, doing without families, love, and everything for the sake of people. All that time these men gave up was in vain. All the men who went to war, who died for a better world, died in vain. Now, the creator of the universe doesn't like anything like that, and this planet would be penalized far beyond its endurance if it's not careful. Not only will it be penalized, it will be eliminated out of the solar system because it's not serving any useful purpose. If a planet gets to that where it's no use to its own self, it can't be any use to the creator of the universe. If people get so they're no use to their own selves, then how can they be of any use to the creator or to anything? Yet it has reached that point, and it is a very dangerous point. Millions and millions of lives are at stake at this point in a way which has never been like this before, because this is another age that people are living in, and the codes are different than in the age that has just gone by. But you see, they're still over in that other age, thinking they can achieve something with the same rules they had. Now, I don't expect people to listen to me. Listen to the voice of nature and tune into the greater nature. I'm not talking about nature on this planet. It's out of tune. Tune into the greater nature of the universe. It's always in tune. Nature is like an instrument. This planet is like an instrument. Instruments get out of tune, and when they do, the best person to tune it is really a master musician. He's got the natural sound and know how it's supposed to sound. If it's just like on a piano, if you got all the G's out of tune, you can arrange the scale and nobody's going to miss that note you took out. You can add 14 notes, or you can do some more down to 5 notes. You can change scales, and so can the creator. He's a musician too, you know. If this planet keeps on being out of tune, he can kick it right out of the orchestra. You've heard about the music of the spheres. That's what it means. Every planet is a sphere, and every planet has got a note. This one is on the note of G right now. Maybe it's not supposed to be G, but it named itself G. Now, that's over in England. They have that in a newspaper called Friends. Now, this note G, you notice everything is based on this 7. You got 7 days in a week. You got 7 notes in the scale, where you start at A and you end on G. Now, that makes G to 7. So now you got this 7. Now, G is the name of the earth, as I said before. 7. It's over there with the 7th day is a day of rest. So you see, this rest and this 7, because God rested on the 7th day. Now, among black people, you'll find many black men who actually, they really be telling some truths that could help the world. They don't have a lot of education, but they tell some astounding things. Like in Chicago, a black man was out talking to some black people about, and all at once he said, they said that God made the earth in 7 days, and 6 days, and on the 7th day he rested. And he said he did a goddamn thing since. So he said at that time, it really surprised me that someone would say something like that. But I kept on listening to black men who didn't have any education. They kept on talking things that I had to recognize it, because I knew that they weren't saying these things. I knew that something was talking through them. Sometimes a creator of the universe, other beings want to talk to people, and they come to an intellectual, and their mind's so full up with what they know until they won't speak, you see. They might think that people would say that it's ridiculous, and they won't speak. But then every now and then, a voice will come and speak to any man and say, tell the people I said such and such a thing. Now, this man got so much wisdom and everything, he said, I'm not going to do that because I'd be ashamed to tell people that. But you find out that the greatest men that have come along, the prophets, they didn't care nothing about what people thought. You find these men had to go through a lot of shame. A lot of men came up and told the truth, like saying the world was round, got burned up for it. As far as truth is concerned, you've had many men to suffer and to die for the word truth. Now, That's very strange that they would have to do that. If the creator of the universe is just, why would he let people go through all of that? Then I found out there are certain laws on this planet. The creator doesn't really come on the planet or do anything about it as long as the people on the planet don't care anything about themselves. And they want to take all that, that's them, because he's not a human being. So he's not going to be imposing his laws and things on human beings because they won't be able to come up to his standards. But now, like, if some people desire his help, it's just like the United States. If some people on this planet want his help, you can run on and help them. But I mean, they have to realize that the enemy will be completely exterminated because the creator of the universe doesn't come on a planet without just conquering it completely. He leaves things to God, to this planet has been up under God. Now God has the qualities of forgiving people and having pity on them and all that. But the creator of the universe comes along, he's going to look for them to be exactly like they're supposed to be, the way he made them. And he found out they aren't. It's just too bad. When you get through with them, they will be like they're supposed to be. So now you take in Africa, the Africans, they know about the creator of the universe. They got some temples to him that nobody goes in. Now they got these other gods, which they call lesser gods. And they know those gods are not the really one they're supposed to be worshiping, but they call this creator the God of heaven. And they said that he's so mean that he has, you can't, if you don't follow what he's saying, well, you just get eliminated or something. So the Africans know about it. They have that little voodoo and different things, but they don't bother with him. And that particular God that they know about is the one that black people over here was worshiping. But I suppose they wanted to be free. They wanted to be like the rest of the nations where they could be free. And so they're free now, but they don't have any protection, you see. Sometimes freedom mean that. You be out there free, and it's just like a wild horse out there. Anybody can go out there and take a wild horse because he doesn't have an owner. He doesn't have nobody to protect him. Now, when black people were owned by the creator of the universe, they didn't have anything to worry about. But then they substituted the white man for the creator, and he became the owner, and he became the master. And they started calling him master. Some of them called him old master. See? And they got over into that thing, calling him the master. And then he called himself Lord, see? You got Lord Calvert. It's got a white man's picture on there, Lord Calvert. Now, a lot of black people like that. Now, you got these land laws. Now, most of the land laws, I mean the ones who are legally the landlords are white people. Because, like, you take, like, the government, they want somebody's house, they come and take it. And people can get out and pick it and do everything they want to do. And the government want that house, want to put a road through it, they come and do, just like they did a black man in Philadelphia, they want his house. And the neighbors, they say his house looked too bad, that it spoiled the neighborhood. So it was his house. He bought it and paid for it, didn't know anybody anything. And one day the white people got them a big bulldozer and came and pushed the house down to the ground. They had to run in and get the black man out. And you saw the elderly black man. He was sick. They had to carry him out because they didn't care, because they didn't want his house spoiling the looks of their neighborhood. So they're still trying to get him some money or get him another house. And I'm just telling you, that's because these people, the white ones really own their land because they took it, you see, and wasn't nobody else to take it back from them. So they made sure they got rid of the ones that owned it, so then they own the land. The only somebody can get the land back from them is the creator of the universe, and he better have himself ready, because they're not going to give up, you know. They used to having things. So now a greater master than them would have to come along before they're going to turn the black man loose. So somebody come, you take, like, if the Russians want to go over and take the black man, they have to fight this country down to the ground. Because the black man he's done a lot of things as far as inventions and all that is concerned. If you take away all the inventions that the black man has given to America, well, you wouldn't have a lot of things. You wouldn't even have this subway they're getting ready to buy. You wouldn't have that because he set up the principles for it with that third rail. He did a lot of things. I mean, the black man did so many things that it's impossible to even conceive that he's such a dummy. But then history proves that he did it. So then if he did all those things in a condition where he didn't have an education, he had to have somebody on his side. He had to create a universe on his side. He said, my Negroes, I said they are mine because my father gave them to me. That's the way the book starts. And he said some of them descended from Egyptians, Nubians. He went on to tell everywhere that they descended from. So that's a very good book to have. It was written by a man who had slaves. He knew all the different types of black people. He also said that he'd like to see a black man who's natural, because if he gets out there by a tree, he looks like he belongs here. And it looks like, well, he's the master and I'm his servant. Now this is a white man talk, say he's natural. And he gets out in the woods and I can look at him, I can tell he's just a natural. He can do things I can't do. He can do things that the white race can't do. Now, this is an honest white man telling everything he knew about black people. He's telling everything because he also talked about black women. He said that in one case, and some black women, he noticed that the black women in the kitchen, they'd be in there cooking.
Rude or nothing like that, but it just comes. It just comes so fast.
Oh, I know.
You know, but by the time I turn over, it's time to get up and go to work.
Right.
You know, so. But I hope that you know that you can you know.
I do.
You know, I hope you can feel my spirit. So that's what I do. I labor in the word. I labor, and I gain from it. I have it gives an unspeakable advantage. If you labor in it, you have an advantage in this world. You know, in other words, the world won't be able to deceive you so easily.
Right.
Because you'll be able to discern it. You'll be able to discern when temptation is coming your way. You'll know it. You'll feel it. You'll perceive it. God will sharpen your perception. Your perception will become so keen that you'll perceive it before it happens. And God won't let you perceive. You ain't going to perceive nothing less than it's real. If you perceive it, if you perceive something, it's probably real. Because you wouldn't have perceived it. Say if this person has contempt against me or something, God's going to show that to you. You're going to perceive it. If a person is criticizing you, that means that person has contempt for you. That's what it means. Or if not, the person wouldn't criticize you. That's what it means. And especially if you know that you know that you're in the right and it's based on the right information. That person is critical of that. That person it's not the information, it's you that they have contempt against. And so they're gonna have contempt for everything you say because they have contempt for you as a person.
Yeah.
Things you have to really run through your mind and think and wait, yeah. You know. But anyway, I got a story to tell you, but I can't tell you now, honey. It's gonna take too long. But maybe this weekend I'm gonna tell you this story, and you'll see what I'm talking about.
What is it about?
I'm gonna tell you. I can't write it down. It was too long, man.
I know, but you don't have to tell me the story. But like, what's it relating to?
It's about me being one step away from death, and God saved me. And I'll tell you how He did it.
Oh wow.
But I'll tell you how He did it. But I can't go. It's too long a discussion, and I don't want to be up all night on the phone.
Right.
Not to be mean, but I got to get this little rest in.
Okay.
You know, I ain't in the. You know, okay, sweetheart.
Yes.
But I'm glad you called and we got to talk. You know, I cherish every time we talk. I cherish that. That's something special to me. You understand? Because you're my baby daughter, and you're very gifted. You're very gifted, and all that comes from God. That's Him blessing you. You ain't that are very blessed children. So I wouldn't too much worry because I know for a fact that you are blessed, very much so, and so is Amy. So anyway, honey, John, let me get up and use this bathroom and try to go back to sleep, okay? And,
okay.
And I'm gonna keep this up. And I'll call you this weekend, okay?
Okay, thank you. And thanks. I needed to talk to you, so thanks.
You did. What you okay though?
No, I am okay. It's just I just a lot of spiritual things going on in a good way, but
I understand, but
yeah.
it's like I said, it's all. Have you ever read the prophet Isaiah?
No, I'm gonna read it though.
Wow, he's so heavy. He's so heavy. I guarantee you. After reading Isaiah, you'll be so enlightened.
I
And
believe it.
The prophet Jeremiah, the prophet Isaiah, King David, Book of Kings, the Book of Psalms,
I
the
listen to
Book
the
of
Book of
Kings.
Psalms like every night.
Well, you know, oh, Jenny, you can listen, but it's more productive if you read it yourself
Okay.
out loud to yourself.
Okay.
Hear your own voice. Hear it in your own voice, not in someone else's. In your own voice, so you can hear God speaking to you.
Okay.
Okay? So when you're reading that word, that is God speaking to you. And when you pray, that's you speaking to God.
Mm-hmm.
Okay? So you have to read it out. When you read that, read it out loud so you can hear your voice. You need to hear God speaking to you. You hear what I'm saying?
Right.
Yeah, not you just I never turn on, maybe preaching or something like that, but somebody just doing the reading for me, no way. I have to do this. I have to do this. That's something you have to do yourself. And in the book of Proverbs, it's instructions for this world.
Mm-hmm.
That's what the book of Proverbs is all about. It's instructions to guide you through this world.
Mm-hmm.
And it's on the money too. You can see it. You can see it working.
Wow.
You can see it working in the world. But take the time out, read certain books of the Bible,
Mm-hmm.
especially read Isaiah. I mean, the prophet is so heavy that there is no philosopher that can touch him. Not one. Not one.
I'm gonna read it right now after I get off the phone with you.
Nostradamus, none of them will not come close to the prophet Isaiah. Because he's dead. Because it's coming, he's just it's coming straight from God. He's just a mouthpiece.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, just do that and let me it's a long book, so it's going to take you a minute, but it's going to take you won't be able to just, because it has to be read and meditated and studied. While you read it, you have to study it at the same time. You
Right.
can't just don't read it for curiosity. Read it to learn. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
Don't read it to dismiss it.
Mm-hmm.
Don't read it to criticize it. Read it like you would your schooling.
Mm-hmm.
Like somebody give you an assignment, read it, study this, and then that's the way you have to go about it. Hear me?
Yeah.
Yeah. Baby girl, I gotta go to sleep, sweetheart. I love you.
I love you too.
Okay,
I'll talk
thanks
to you
for
later.
calling me, honey. And okay,
Yes.
you all right?
I really am. There's nothing wrong. I'm just again, my mind is just
Yeah.
yeah.
Well, Well, Jenny, I can understand you. You know what I'm saying? You're my child. I can understand your mind. I understand.
Okay.
And that's why we probably need to communicate more.
Okay, so I just had a lot of spiritual downloads, and my mind is just too blown.
Well, just all the scriptures is profitable for learning and for increased learning, and it can increase your awareness also.
Mm-hmm.
And you're gonna you profit from it. You profit. And it will cause you to prosper. That's true. Okay, darling. Call me this weekend, okay? I'm going to sleep.
Okay. I'll talk to you later.
Okay, honey.
Okay, bye.
Alone, you and I intertwine. Refreshing conversation for the mind. As we stare, we both seek and hope to find real love, purified. Use your heart and not your eyes. You got time and I got time. Free your thoughts and watch them fly. Use your heart and not your eyes, baby. I sigh as I watch you sleeping there. So easily, I did things I never dared. I say to myself, I'm glad that we share real love, purified. Oh, use your heart and not your eyes, baby. If you got time and I got time, and watch them fly. Use your heart and not your eyes. My goodness, how it seems like yesterday. She crossed you, hurt you in the strongest way. You hurt so long, reward comes to those who cried. Real love, purified. Just a second, I look at my watch is down, and you love me, pampered me like a child. As we lay, I close my eyes and I smile, and you real love, purified. Oh, baby. If you got the time, then I got the time. Use your heart and not your eyes. can see for you. Oh, baby, use your heart, relax your mind, relax your mind, relax your mind. Oh, yeah. Use your heart. Oh, watch them fly. Okay, so now that we watched the entire thing, I just want to make sure that my sound is good. We want to do an actual breakdown of certain clips for the Nagas bloodlines that will, watch it and review. Because, for some of the youth and some of the people that are growing up, maybe they're in their teens and whatnot. We want to be honest, this was designed to uplift people's spirits. And so I could have benefited greatly from something like this, maybe at 15, 16, 17, maybe even, 19, 20. And I watched a lot of things growing up, especially after introduction to Sun Ra at 22. But, we're going to get really deep into like epigenetics and codes when we talk about like, being spiritual beings. And so obviously, we learn about history, we learn about things that they want you to know about, pretty much. And so we're doing a little bit of a deeper dive. I do have to, give that precursor. And we're going to be showing documentation and some evidence of things, and you put things together. And I'm not saying that I know everything that I'm going to be discussing in terms of, things may change, new revelations may come. I may learn new things or evolve the thinking. But nonetheless, I want to do a deep dive on certain things for Black Americans and any spiritual being and human that tries, that not necessarily tries, that seeks to understand some of the Nakhti science and some of the esoteric sciences of the Nakhti system. People who are seeking that, maybe. And I did ask God, I'm like, is this okay to talk about? Is this okay? And that's when I asked God to reveal the answer to me. And then that's when Sun Ra, I clicked on, just playing YouTube video. And that's when I listened to Sun Ra, and that's when he said, well, you see how I'm teaching, if you're talking in parables, and really you don't want anybody to know because that's for your bloodline. And in some instances, I generally have not done that. And I beat myself up because I felt like, okay, did I give out too much? But nonetheless, when I asked, I mean, it literally happened, I would say, within an hour that I listened to that. I'm asking God, like, can you give me an answer? Can you show me a sign? Show me a sign. Because I usually like to have a sign. And then that's when I listened to the clip with Sun Ra. I was like, well, you see how I'm doing? I'm breaking things down. I'm giving out some, like, and he wasn't necessarily, well, there was a misunderstanding within the schism between the Commission and Hebrew bloodline. The Prince of Egypt will show you that. We may be able to get into the Prince of Egypt today. I don't know. It depends on how much time it takes to break down this current video. But I want to say that it's going to be stuff that is already that you can probably Google and stuff. So it's not going to be anything that I would think could be offensive to anyone. But I think the approach is to find that healthy balance, not giving out things that could be over someone's head or things that people can't understand, or giving out too much koans and too much parables, but then also, making sure that, you give out, you want to shroud some things, but you also want to make sure that people can understand, or at least have that logical framework where they can go and then do the research themselves. You don't want to give everything. You want to encourage people to step up to the plate and go and do some of the research on their own, versus just gossiping about it or having rumors about it. I think that's very credulous to just sit and assume you understand a framework without just asking questions. I've noticed that that's what's been happening. I don't really appreciate that. I think it would be much better for people to approach it from a very serious point of view and dive deeper into the information, have the discussion perhaps with one another, but most importantly, have it with the person that's teaching it, and so that requires asking some questions, because a lot of times there's things that get lost in translation. There sometimes has to be or needs to be clarification, especially like, with some of the things that I've been seeing. I've been waking up some things about, the Jacobite wars and the Jacobians that and the Knights Templars that had to flee from Ireland, Spain, and Scotland to America around from 1600s to the 1850s. And with that knowledge, there's a lot of records detailing that, because this is a heraldry line. This is a bloodline that has kept documents secret, going all the way from J.N.S. into Rome and into Britain and Ireland and Spain. So they know their bloodline, and it was a secret bloodline. But, and all of a sudden, I released that video, then it goes viral that, there's Black people in Scotland. Well, and then Black Americans are like, okay, do we have connection to these people? And what I would say is, if, there's about 5,000 Caribbeans that went back to Scotland. And so in that case, in that regard, those Caribbeans are merely kind of returning back, because everybody knows, like, a lot of Caribbeans went from Scotland and Ireland to Jamaica. But when it comes to, say, somebody that migrated after I would say pretty much after even 1830, that wouldn't apply to us as far as Jacobians, Jacobite people that left that had to flee through the Jacobite wars, because they had a station in America. When we say station, how do I explain it? An ally, pretty much, within the American Indians in America, as far as going back and forth and knowing each other's language and being a part of the same secret society, or same order rather, and bloodline. And so what I saw was just like random people that had like migrated to Scotland, say in 2000, and they're saying that they're Scottish, and then putting themselves as if they're the same group of people that migrated over to America in the 1600s. I'm like, no, we have no relation, like, and that needed to be a better clarification. And so this stuff is going viral, then it's causing confusion. And I think the powers that be kind of wanted that. And so I'm going to actually do a deep dive on that on Wednesday. We're actually going to like review clips and stuff, because I'm like, there's certain ways you can tell when someone is of your bloodline. And I'm talking to Black Americans right now. And obviously we know that, but we're talking about even distance. Like I said, in Scotland, there is about 5,000 Caribbeans that travel back. And so obviously those were the same people that left and from Ireland to Jamaica, but then they're going back and they had that same Ireland accent. They may not have the same level of heraldry records, but in that sense, okay, you would have that connection. You guys would have that connection. But just say somebody just migrating, like it was a person saying, "Oh, the Americans are so ignorant." Actually, no, this was a secret bloodline. Like, what do you mean we were ignorant? We always knew about the Scottish and Ireland. It was just something we didn't talk about. Or, to be honest, it was a known thing that we would probably just say they were white, but they were white in status. It was always a code, and not white in skin color. Status at that time, the black and white was statuses initially. And so we're talking about in masonry and as it relates to spiritual credit system. Oh, okay. And so, people were going viral, cussing out Black Americans. Oh, you guys didn't know there was Black Scottish people. Yeah, we always knew. We just never talked about it until now, because it was kind of like some things have to come out, and it's been okay. It's been given clearance by God, and even by the spirit within, the spirit of Mother Earth, the spirit just give out some information to certain Black Americans, because we want to encourage them to do their genealogy. We want to encourage people to stay independent, to stay free, to understand what's going on at this time, and that they could be being targeted. And this could extend outside of actual skin color. I'm pretty sure it does in some cases, in some instances. But I saw a video of someone that clearly just had migrated to Scotland, probably within like 20 years ago, and they were like, "Oh, I'm Scottish, and you guys didn't know," and Black Americans, and I'm like, okay, like, first of all, it's a actual bloodline Scottish person has been over there since at least anywhere from 200 to 250 plus years. They are probably in that order. They would never talk to Black American like that, And so we're going to show you the differences. I'm going to show you like receipts, like clips, like you're going to see for yourself with your eyes, but you got to feel it with your spirit and with your heart. It's not about promoting hate because, like I said, there's 5,000 Caribbeans, Jamaicans that went back to Scotland and Ireland right over as we speak. And so they are open to that alliance. They're open. They were happy that, we were talking about them. And in that regard, you want to establish, an alliance with them and compare records and compare heraldry and last names and all those things. Those would be like your lost cousins. Because of the Jamaican connection to Ireland, and then the Arawak Indians, some of the Taino Indians, traveling back and forth even to America. And again, there was an alliance. It's something that is just not talked about. We were talking about since like possibly, and don't quote me on the numbers, but possibly anywhere from 1100 to 1300s. And again, this is stuff that we just didn't talk about. But for random people to put insert themselves, you will know. You will know. There are records. Your surnames is the biggest clue. Some of your genealogy, even the areas where you're at, the counties, the names of the cemeteries, the names of some of the figures that may have some prominence, similar surnames and all those things, heraldry records, General Burke's of Armory, various genealogy records, military records, farm records, It'll give you a clue into where you fall into the multifaceted history of at least America. You have the transatlantic slave trade, you have the Pacific slave trade, and you have American Indian slave trade. And so, all of these things are multifaceted. And so, we want to encourage Black Americans in genealogy. That's the point that you need to take from that. But we'll definitely dive deep into that. Like we're going to do like a breakdown into, actually wrote some of this thing down in terms of like how the Lion of Judah is not the Derma Urge, and we give some things around that, but then also breaking down some of the Scottish Irish. What was the other thing I want to break down? Because I know it was something else. Let me just take a look here real quick. Okay, let's see. Load. Okay. So let's see. And then we want to actually talk about like some of the sounds in the music that points to, when we talk about matriarchal societies and how the Lion of Judah is matriarchal, that has to be proven. It's like, okay, you say something like that, where's the evidence? I'm pretty sure a lot of people already know that, but then I want to actually give out some clues, and then you guys would be like, okay, there's something here. And then we want to talk about, the Scottish Irish masonry influence, the animism and shamanism influence of the American Indian, the cosmogrammic influence from the Congolese that came over. They kind of go by Gullah sometimes. And then there's another group of people that's calling themselves Gullah. It's Congolese. It's not Senegal. It might be Ghana. There was a group of them. And then, to be honest, there were factions. And if you look at some of the slave ledgers, they'll say American Negro, African Negro, and Indian Negro. Now, American Negro stands for American Indian. African Negro stands for a person brought from Africa on the records. And then the Indian Negro stands for East Indian Negro. Usually around the Virginia area, North Carolina area, there was a newspaper actually called Gazette. I showed some documents of that, like an actual newspaper and they made it very clear, like this was an East Indian Negro, and then they showed that they were talking about the hair, the teeth, so that they's like not an African Negro, not the one with the woolly hair, not the one with the afro. It was amazing. When I say amazing, we're talking about like how the genealogy records match up with, like, say, something in a newspaper and something that you even know spiritually, something that your ancestors will communicate to you, and then they directing you on where to go to get some information. That's what I mean by amazing. Not that slavery was amazing, because people go and turn that around. But we want to talk about some of that, some of even the swagginess, and also even some of the differences in the behavior and how that translates into some of the interactions even today between factions of Black Americans, in terms of like those who identify more so with the Moors, some of even Sephardic Moor, which is the Hebrews. Then there's people that just say Hebrew. Then there's American Indians that identify as Hebrew. And then there's Black Americans that just There's to say they descended of slaves, so it's like there's an energy behind that. And so I want to explore that. I want to do a deep dive culturally on that. And so what we're going to do, let's continue to, let me just get back on topic, and let's break down some of the codes in this video. Obviously it starts off with an afro, and someone picking the afro. So we may mute this, we may not play, but I want to because some of these are just not cold, some of these are just like really cool clips, right? I just thought it was a cool clip. So I'm gonna, okay, so here's the dancing. This is a church dance, but what you pay attention to is the shirt. The first shirt is when we talk about the Phillips Augusta Cartwright bloodline that has built up a lot of America secretly, and teaching even some of the pale or white appearing people, forefathers, and people who are pushed in the history books. They had to learn certain sciences, and there were certain bloodlines that taught them, certain some bloodlines that refused to teach them, certain bloodlines that botched history on purpose to confuse things because they knew that slavery was going on. And since they had lost that war and they lost out on a deal with Lucifer, they had to unfortunately do that bid over in America with the American Indians. And then there was a group that sold them out. Just like how you see today, like when we talk about like some of the in the reparation space, how like there was this big schism with Black Americans accusing certain people of selling them out, doing treason, committing, trying to reclassify people. COINTELPRO, like that's the same thing that literally happened back in those days when they were setting up the Masonic infrastructure over in America. Now they did have, like, say, I would say Iroquois Nation, Oneida, Cayuga, some of the, obviously called them five civilized tribes that got in on the deal, but there were over 574 Indian tribes, and only 5 got recognized. So the rest, they fought to the death. Many died, and many were enslaved in contraband wars, particularly in Virginia's Tallahassee, what's it called? Tuscarora Wars, as well as the North Carolina, Virginia area, the Southeast, pretty much. That's just a known thing. It's painful to talk about because everybody say the contraband wars, there happen to be big plantations. Literally, you can compare the tents, you can compare where the setups were. So they don't tell the history right, but the documents are there. I've seen the documents, I've listened to oral history, and I want to tell Black Americans, do not dismiss oral history. It is not okay to dismiss the oral histories of your elders, because it is a known thing among melanated people that we prefer to give a oral history versus writing things down. Now, that's why we have the concept of a griot. The griots are challenged with remembering. You better remember 25, 35,000 years of motherfucking history. Okay? Real shit. And that's why when you see people that can just rap off of the dome, don't have to write nothing down, that's a level of genius that is usually found within the line of Judah. They've been trained. They're griots. And this is also in Africa too, but you'll have certain people, that's their job. It's literally your job to be the griot, and that means you are trained in oral history. In American Indian culture, I do have to say it's usually the women that do that. In some tribes, they do allow the men to be the griot, especially if they have the gift. Like if you have photographic memory, or you can remember something real well as a kid, then you might, that job might get dumped on you as far as for the village. And so I noticed that people were like, well, you listen to your oral history. How could you shame someone for listening to the oral history of their grandma, grandpa, uncles, great aunts? What the hell? And then they have the genealogy records to prove it, and that's still not good enough. Like, what are we doing here? Like, I'm like, what the hell is people getting paid to Black Americans have land right to America, air rights, land. And so that's why they keep reclassifying us. They reclassify Negro, African, colored, African American, Negro, and colored. They were all used at the same time around 1700s. American Indian. Then they reclassify to Black, and then they reclassify again everybody to African American. Now, African American, I'm not saying that it wasn't used prior to the 1800s, but what we're saying is it was a faction of people who went by African American. Not all Black Americans went by African American in the 1700s. It was a very specific group of people. The Absalom Jones, the Richard Allens, the African Blood Brotherhood. They were the elite Africans, believe it or not. They were kind of looked at as noble, so to speak. A lot of people think they just were slaves. Some were, don't get me wrong, but when you start having that level of power that they had, when you start the African Methodist Episcopal Church and all that, those are not slaves. Okay, okay. And it's a very known thing that a lot of them came over and set up shop in a small faction. I'm not saying a lot of them came, they went right to Philadelphia. It was a very small group of people. This is documented history on this. They got look, better do the research. And then you have the other faction that was calling themselves colored. Then you had a faction that was calling themselves Negro. All at the same time, all in 1782, all in the 1800s, at the same time. So that lets you know that people didn't see each other, we didn't have just one label or one classification. Obviously, people were still going by their tribes too. Some people were using, what's the other term that I saw? Negro, colored. In the later 1800s, we saw freedmen, but that referred to the freedmen with the Indians. I think it's Creek freedmen or something like that. What was the other one? I'm trying to think. I'm trying to scan through. Oh, colored Negro. The black came in the 1960s. I'm not saying it wasn't used before. You could probably find a record with black on it before. Not even a record. They did the census. They kind of scribbled the C and the Negro out and put B. But as far as like really promoting it as a social engineering, that came in the 1960s, and then 1980s, the social engineering around African Americans to just relabel everybody. Those are reclassification tactics that don't match up with your genealogy records. Anytime somebody does that to you, Black Americans, you should always go on alert. Like, why do you want me to reclassify myself to something that's not actually on my genealogy records? Like, your records say Negro, sometimes Indian, sometimes white. But even if you say Negro, then you look at where your peoples are buried, they'll say Indian town, right? Sometimes, or literally on some sort of place where there was a reservation. You may look up some land deeds, some land grants. You may have some big time land. You may be an heir to a whole institution, and you don't know. They'll hide this from you. They'll target you, and if they can get you off the pain, then take your birthright, then that's what they'll do. But I'm noticing like they want to reclassify some people, Black Americans, around this time for a very specific reason, and cover up, the Scottish Irish connection, the Lion of Judah connection, the Hebrew connection, very completely delegitimize that. A lot of Black people know. And I'll tell you a story. Like, there's a concerted effort. You know what? I'll wait until Wednesday for that, because then we're going to get off topic. Okay, so let's see. You said we need to go over Irish American history in other countries. Let's see what you said. Looking into the Atlantic history, 1500 East Coast of America, Algonquian land. Oh, cool. These are pre-slave trade. That's gonna. I'm thinking either next Wednesday or next Friday. I just got to see what is the best course of action, because there's honestly I'm backed up on topics. Believe it or not, I plan like what I'm going to talk about a lot. I had like literally like months worth of content and things, and so I'm kind of behind with that. I was actually to cover that one Wednesday, and I it took me so long to make this clip, so I didn't get to it. This video that I made here, so I didn't get to it. But I would say, give me the Wednesday or Friday of next week, and we can talk about that in more in depth. And you said you're looking into. Now I have to say I don't really have a lot of knowledge on pre-slave trade history on all Algonquian lands. I'm sure, obviously, you can find it. I wish I actually knew some, American Indian scholars that was willing to talk about it themselves and do like a panel and have them teach. That would be awesome if to have them actually just do a whole lecture and teach. Say whatever they want to say, share the books, the knowledge that they know, because it's American Indians that know 1,080 to 1,500. It's people that know. I just I'm not qualified to speak on that time period. But let's look at this right here. So this is obviously in a church. I'm doing a praise dance. What you see on the shirt though is a bunny ears with the angels. I can't make it bigger, but let's see. Let's see. Okay, so if you pause it, if you look up close, this is right here is a bunny ears. Oh, on his shirt right here with the black one. The other one is yellow and blue with the horse, stands for the bloodline of power, which is the blood, the horse that wrote it out with them and was teaching them a lot of their knowledge. Again, there was connects. I'm not saying that it was a horrific, like, that's just a horrific time writing out the slavery. I'm not saying that. I'm not, for certain bloodlines more than others, certain areas more than others. Okay. With other people, I'm not degrading the severity of slavery or what's it called, pacifying it. What I'm saying is that when it comes to a certain faction of a bloodline, there was a setup. There was a setup to kind of ease the blow, so to speak, through the connections of certain Masons in higher positions that knew that certain bloodlines of the Hebrews were not going to sell certain tribes out. They decided, okay, if we mix in with them, maybe we get some land, and many times, find ways to buy the freedom or buy certain people or purchase certain people and ease the blow. That is not the case for everybody, though. Okay, I want to make that very clear. That is not, I cannot stress that enough. Okay, but I'm just saying for a certain section of the United States, small. We're talking about North Carolina, Virginia area, and even smaller than that. Even now, think of that, but a thousand times even smaller than that. Probably like one or two plantations. That's what I'm literally saying. Now, there's many plantations in America, so if we're saying one or two plantations, that's a very small. This is that's how small it is. But they were programmed a certain way. But I mean, they were taught a certain way. Now you can see this blue and this yellow and that Howard standing for Phillips, and then you see this bunny rabbits. And the bunnies always stand for the divine feminine, but he has an angel halo on the bunny. Now look at this. Because I want to make sure that I don't get too distracted, like long-winded. I know I'm very long-winded. I want to show you this right here. Let's see. Okay, let me see if I can share the screen. What did I do? Okay, so let me see if I can share. And my bandwidth is a little bad, so let's see, perhaps I remove this. I just need to get rid of some of the things to free up some bandwidth. My computer is moving strangely slow, and I don't quite understand why, because it's not on camera or anything. I did reboot, so let me get rid of this. It's a heavy topic, though. I'm pretty sure people are worried about, like, what did she possibly say? So I suspected there may be a delay. Just give me a moment. It's like really working slow today. I wonder if it's because the video is pulling from the bandwidth of, like, it's like something I uploaded. Okay. Because at this point, I think I would rather maybe use my YouTube to review it and just take that video out, because for some reason it's working really slow. Okay. Let's see. Okay, just give me a moment. I'm gonna just do it off of my YouTube and remove the video completely. It's something pulling. It's something messing with the bandwidth. Okay, remove from studio. Okay, it's something that was just really just like slowing everything down, and I just found that weird. So what we'll do is just play it from my YouTube when we get a chance. Let me just rewind this. I'm hoping that was it. Okay, just give me a moment. I just want to make sure I see if it's going to move faster. Okay, here we go. Okay, so let's see. Maybe that was it. Maybe it wasn't. But what I want to do is share. share this. Okay. And so as you can see with that shirt, we saw here, we saw that yellow and blue. And again, this is for Black Americans and people that understand that they are of the bloodline, or have connections some way, maybe a 2 to 3 degree connection, and they're curious, and and so here you see the same colors, okay, and you see 33 fall out. Okay, you should be able to put that in. You see this right here, Watchmen. It's time. And so obviously these are codes. I'm not going to break them down. You have to break them down. But for those that you should know. Again, this is where you do the research. When we talk about the 33, we're talking about the Nagas 33 that came down. Now, there's a lot of Black Americans that are both. And there are a lot of Black Americans that are just 33s, and then some that are very rarely are 125D. But a lot of times it is a combination of both, I have to say. And so that's one code that you should be aware of. And then obviously we see this angel bunny with the halo. That always stands for the divine feminine, is fertility symbol. And that's what that always means. And so let's keep going. Matter of fact, I'm gonna play some sound. Because you see like there's the church praise dance. Okay? So obviously purple and gold stands for Lion of Judah, but look in the background, you see the maroon and the white. A lot of people have maroon and white on. That is a code for Augusta. So in Augusta, Georgia, then you have my third great grandfather, or my patriarch side is named Augusta. And then there's an Augusta on my matriarchal side as well. These are patriarchs. They obviously were heavily involved in establishing churches and influencing. And so this blue and this maroon and white. The maroon, it does stand for literal part, some aspects of maroon as far as the indigenous aspects, but that also stands for like the Augusta. So if you look, even if you think about the Augusta Institute eventually became Morehouse in Atlanta, Georgia. Now, when we say Morehouse, it's literally Morehouse, like Moor house, Morehouse. Like it was a known thing that the ley lines, a lot of the establishments, the connections, the old school vanguard, Black vanguard, respected Augusta, the Augustas. This is a bloodline. And that's why you see a lot of the Black Americans wearing the maroon and white in the background. And with Hutch Tech, the school colors was maroon and white. Now let's keep playing. And so you still see some of the maroon. This is a little more fuchsia though, but you still see some of the maroon. Wait a minute, why is this playing so slow? Okay, let me just refresh. That's weird. Okay, that was weird. Maybe that. I don't know. This has never happened before. It's like super slow today. And so right here you see the red and black. There's a faction of Black Americans that do a lot of red and black, which usually stands for some of the primordial colors, even Kalima. And then a lot of the indigenous tribes also use red and black. And so you'll see that a lot as well, consistently, even going back to the Knights Templar. Actually, the maroon and white actually is a play on the red and black. They just wanted something a little bit more Americanized, something to kind of establish their mark in America. But listen to the drums. I actually left the sound on in terms of just letting the drums just play. Like I thought it was cute because I didn't edit this video or anything. It just matches. Let's play.
You buy in sections. You buy watches, I buy collections. Misery's fueling your aggression. Jealousy's turned into obsession. Reality TV is mud wrestling. Some sign checks I know better than. Beware.
So, I thought that drum little thing, I'm like, that sounds so good with the beat. And actually, I'm gonna pause that. But now you see the drums again, but then look at the colors, blue and yellow. So once again, you see this as a band, you see it matching once again with you notice there's a lot of blue and yellow. There's always going to be a lot of blue and yellow. I showed this even in Buffalo, New York. The drill teams usually wear blue and yellow. It stands for the Crusaders because their bloodline again had to come over here. It's just a known thing. The Crusaders and their logo is a cobra. So pay attention. It's a lot. It's in front of you. And again, perhaps Black Americans are aware of this. Maybe they're not. I'm not sure. But for the youth, the younger ones, again, I'm in my 30s learning all this. This is for the 19, 18-year-olds, so they can be a little more, quick and get things quicker than I did. Stay out of traps, stay out of, certain things and embrace your culture and uplift the spirit, right? So that's all this is for. It's not to try to tell you business or anything. It's literally for the younger generation, and maybe even the older generation that just probably wasn't, interested in learning this type of stuff. So let's keep going. And so the colleague obviously comes from the Dravidian Indians from the Virginia, North Carolina area. Not every Black American is familiar with that, cares about that, or even pertains to them. And so I want to make that very clear. Let's see. Let's go. So I'm going to skip a little bit. So tamarines are very important. It's an indigenous instrument, and it's also a Cometian instrument. That's what you see, like, even in Quasimodo with Esmeralda with the tamarine, the gypsy, so to speak. But that's also migrated into the indigenous. Now, this was very important because Aaliyah is actually highly advanced. I was like, wow, she was doing some things at 22 that was actually quite mind-blowing to me. And so we want to review that. This is a song we did a resolution. And so obviously her awakening was I presume probably even before 22, but it appeared to be kind of messy, like my situation, as far as some of the codes that she left, because it looks like someone pulled her into learning the original version. And so we want to talk about that a little bit. The first thing we want to talk about is obviously that is when we talk about sound frequency, and I'm going to go a little fast. We're talking about magnetic levitation through sound frequency. That's what this is representing. Let me make sure that my sound is good. Can people hear my sound? Let me just make sure that my sound is good real quick. Just one moment. Okay, so that's good. Okay, so I wonder because sometimes that clicking, all of the clicking and the moving of the computer, it gets picked up on a speaker, and that is so annoying to me. And so if that's happening, I apologize. It could very well be happening. And so let's go back here. That's magnetic levitation through sound frequency. That's a code. Next, we have the Naga snake. Now, when we talk about the spine of a Nagas being or a human, even humans, the spine is different from a snake in certain ways, but it's bigger because there's different types of grafting in snakes. When we talk about like the way, and I can't speak for like how God created humans, but or Naga species rather, but we know that it wasn't say like the small cobras that you see like that dance to the music. it's not that same cobra. It's a combination of some sort of cobra and rattlesnake, but it's huge. And that's why you see when you look up seraphims, when you look up netters, when you look up nagas beings, you see that they tend to be huge, 10, 12 feet, obviously even normal sizes, 6'5", 5'9", 5'6", those type of things. But she showed that this huge one coming out, because to be honest, it is more so of the nature of that spirit that created the spine of the human and the Nagas beings, but it's it gets smaller. And obviously when you see the actual snakes, the cobras, you know how their spine is built different. And so when I saw that she had knowledge of that, and for those who don't know, snakes are always a symbol of wisdom and the divine feminine. And it is primordial. So that's why she's looking kind of, grunge look, there's like, she's showing that this primordial. And if you look at the shadows, if you want to rewind it, when you get some time and you look at the shadows of the way flying lotus shadows start, and you see is a term that's called quark soup. That's the primordial soup. That's where that's coming from. Okay. You can listen to a song by J.N.S called Primordial Soup, I believe. And you see the picture where there's a pineal gland and then there's snakes around it. That's where that's coming from. I'll show you the title. I'll show it to you so you guys can have more evidence of that. This primordial soup, J. Utah. Let's see if I can find that image. Okay, I found it. It was called Primordial Swamp. So a lot of people didn't know this, but I didn't know this. I just found this out, that the term Moor means swamp. And it obviously refers to black, dark-skinned person from, the certain areas in Africa. But it also means swamp. So here's this is called primordial swamp bee, And so you can see this snake on his head, and you see the locks, and you see the pineal gland, right? That's that. Let me make sure that's showing. You can see that. But now let's look at this. Let's go. Where would that be at? Oh, shadows. I need to find shadows. Just give me a minute. Find shadows. Okay, we got shadows right here. Okay, so let me share this. And we have dark energy. Let's. Okay, so I'm gonna play this.
The eternity is one, is the eternity of the past. The past is once upon a time. Once upon a time is past. The past is yesterday. Today. Past is yesterday. Today. While we're searching for tomorrow. Because once upon a time there wasn't yesterday.
Wait a minute.
Today is the shadow of tomorrow. Today,
for people who didn't know, this actually a sample from Sun Ra.
It's the present future of yesterday. Yesterday is the shadow of today. The darkness of the past is yesterday. And the light of
Look at this. Quantum fluctuations, 1 star is about 400 million. Now watch this part.
Past is yesterday. The days of yesterday are all numbered and some. And the word once. Because once
development of galaxies and planets, inflation.
When the time that wasn't yesterday.
Now look at this. Neutrons and protons form out of the quark soup. And we call that primordial soup, but they're saying quark soup. Let me actually put that like this. Let's see. How do I? Let's do it like that. Maybe I should play it from X. Maybe it's better if I played it from, let's see, because it's also on X too. Let's see if I can, maybe it's smarter to play it. Let's see if it'll play better. Maybe I feel more comfortable. Maybe it's smarter to play it. Okay, I think I feel a little more comfortable playing it from X, I have to say. only because it's showing better. Well, maybe. Okay. Let's see. We can go back here. It doesn't matter. Just realize it doesn't matter. The day, because it's heavy. But as you can see, neutrons and protons form out of the quark soup, nuclear form, recombination, atoms form. Okay, so you get that point. So now let's look at here. Oh, you see primordial soup. So that's what that represents. That's the point you need to take from that. So now we have, there's this part of the video. You see, once again, there's a dragon snake. In this part of the video, if you watch it, you'll see the terms holla, and then the wall falls. That's like the wall of Jericho. Sound changes the way shapes are formed, or it can do, even in the Bible. So when you see the part where in this video, you have to watch it yourself. You're not going to play it for copyright reasons, but it was like holla, you give me bits and pieces, and then you see the wall fall behind them. It's holla, but that's a code as well, a secret code. If someone's saying holla like that, there's a certain way you pronunciate. A Nagas bloodline would pronunciate certain words. It's like holla, like and I'll actually show you. And then you see the wall, you see it falling down, and you see how they put their hands up to their mouth, holla, and then it's falling down at the wall of Jericho. Sound is very important. Sound is very frequency. Sound is very much, it influences shape and densities and dimensions. Okay, and so it says, girl, holla, you give me bits and pieces, you're trying to blame me when I don't even know the reasons. She was having her awakening, and it gets really messy. And it's kind of like, it can cause like a spiritual psychosis for the original Atlantean science. And sometimes, in many instances, a person is out of that bloodline, they literally do go nuts. Or are you going to rise to the occasion and have a very sophisticated level of wisdom and knowledge of the universe? And when it comes to her, it looks to be like being from Andromeda stepped in, and then the primordial mother, pretty much God, stepped in as well to take over her awakening process, because she was being targeted, and by that, like, a lot of haters, a lot of people around her trying. She had a lot of light. Obviously, Aliyah has a lot of light, a lot of talent, and so what? Unfortunately, people want to exploit that. People want to take that. People want to ride off the energy. And so what you see is you're trying to blame me when I don't even know the reasons. And I think, the paranoia, the way, the game is, the industry is, it can make you not trust people, obviously. And I'm kind of keeping some things even to myself, not about that, but even about spiritual visitations, also, so to speak. She visits a lot of priestesses, by the way. And there's a reason for that. And what happened with me in 2022, 1 month after coming out of Summit, that there was a visitation, and honestly, I was freaked out. I didn't know what it was about. It was a dream. But I presume because she was kind of trying to, now that I'm a lot more calm and wiser. I'm not saying I have everything figured out, because I don't, but I'm able to understand. I'm like, okay, I think because it's the same thing had happened to her. I was like looking at the this video, with the snake. Obviously, there's the dragon on her shirt, the walls fall holla, and then these lyrics right here. Now tell me what's the reason? She's calling people sounding paranoid. Quit the blaming, cut the naming, cut the sneaking, girl. I think you need some prayer. Better call a deacon, girl. And honestly, that's what happened with my situation when I was calling people, accusing people, and blaming and freaking out. I was also told something very similar. Go get a Bible. Oh, you need some prayer. Because it is a lot to handle. It's an original ancient science. and most of the time they do end up throwing the women in a crazy home or whatever, because the men, to be honest, are scared to death of that level of power, just walking around, I don't think so much now, but 20 years ago, it wasn't happening. She was 22, and then with that level of influence. Now, and this, I think you need some prayer. Better call a deacon girl. So get your act right, or else we won't be speaking girl. So what's it going to be? 50-50 me and you, or is it going to be who blames who's? So I'm assuming there was, you know, and again, this is conjecture. I want to make it very clear. This is just my interpretation, because it's not right to, some people are still living, and people, you can't just, that's what these lyrics mean, and because I think this was Timbaland's rap, so I have to be respectful of that, and say that this is just creative studies in humanity. We're doing humanities and creative studies, and I cannot with 100% certainty act like I know what that man meant. I'm saying, like, what it sparked in me, the visuals, the lyrics, how I interpreted this beautiful work of art. That's what I'll say. And that's not me trying to step on any toes or speak for anyone. I just find it was brought to my awareness that it could be very disrespectful to just assume what an artist meant when they wrote something or when they put something out. That's what was revealed to me, to be careful of doing that. And so I can respect that, so I that's why I said, this is just my interpretation of how I experienced the art, the music video. And so she's like, so he's like, so cut the crying, cut the coughing, cut the wheezing, girl. I have caught people crying, and with the same thing, quit the blaming, cut the name, and cut the sneaker, or is it going to be who blames who? I'm tired of these things. I'm tired of these scars. I think I'm going to get me a drink or call you tomorrow. Tomorrow. I want to say that again. I think I'll call you tomorrow. Oh, call you tomorrow. Oh, so for Black Americans that's in a tribe of Judah, you should be able to break that down. You might have missed it, but if you're studying and you're in your studies, you should, pay attention to that part. I'll call you tomorrow. So this is someone that is clearly going through an awakening. Maybe she's getting tired of it. It's a lot of light. It's a lot of light, and that's what she had. And I think that it's so. Let's keep going. So you see the dancing. There's 6 men. Remember, she said it was 4 o'clock in the morning when you got back in bed. I want to know what was in your head or what was in my head. Am I supposed to change? Like, what was in your head? What was in my head? So it's like there's this paranoia, so to speak. We need a resolution. We need a resolution. Who's behind this? And I'll show you this. Like this right here. She was very aware that she was being watched and surveillanced. You can see the cameras, even because this starts off when she's sleeping, right? Even when she was sleeping on this in the beginning, not sleeping, but laying down on it. Why would there be a need for a surveillance camera to be up right here and all around? There's multiple, even when she's laying down. So she's letting people know, I am very much aware that I am being watched. She was a Nagas being. She was very much aware she was a Nagas being. She was doing the Atlantean masonry in the original mystery school is 125D. And probably part 33, I presume. And again, this is just the way I experienced art. But these cameras. So she was well aware that somebody could have been potentially setting her up, surveilling her. Because again, it's very rare for a 22-year-old to come into this type of awakening. Seriously, at 22, an extremely wise woman. So you see she's dancing. It goes from 6 to 4. They do certain, and remember when it's like when it was 4 in the morning. We got thinking, who was in my head and what was it, then this, but then there's these lyrics. It's a lot going on, and again, I want to be careful, but here. When they're starting to dance at the end of the video, it's just one guy. he has on a cross. That cross obviously stands for Jesus. Now these dreads, there's certain things that certain calls let me know. There's something with Andromeda. What's interesting is I didn't pay it, I didn't really, I haven't watched this video in so long. I mean, come on, it was 22 years ago. What was it? 25, 25, not 20, not 22, not quite 22. What, 23 years ago? 24 years ago? This guy has on a cross. It's just, she's just dancing with him. So she's balancing out all of his energy, all these different voices, getting along with the monsters inside of her head, the good and the bad, these different archetypes, these of what you naturally come in with, and balancing out all of that energy, the duality of those energies and those archetypes. But then at the end, she's left with this black guy dancing with him. He has locks in his head, and he has this cross on, this Jesus cross. That's very important. That's a code, because the original Atlantean science, a lot of people in the line of Judah, even though they definitely identify as Hebrews, but they don't think that Yeshua is boiling in excrement like, say, the white Jews do, or like some of the things they read about him in the Talmud. There's Black American Hebrews, the higher ranking Nagas beings. I can't speak for all of us, but at least some of the higher ranking ones do see like that as a brother, for one, a spiritual brother. Know the star system, certain things, and then that being usually steps in to teach some of the original Atlantean masonry. Because, to be honest, a lot of it is reverse engineered on planet Earth. And so he's one of the ones that is looked at, and it's not just him. It's Tahuti, it's Nubis, it's a couple of them that have to step in if things get kind of berserk, for certain bloodlines. Now, you see that cross. You notice this was one of her last music videos. It was one of her last. This was the album where she passed. And so I think, obviously the industry is ran by certain entities. And obviously, from my perspective, from outside looking in, when I see something, when I see people get targeted if they, say certain things or put certain or talk about certain things, believe it or not, this video, for those of us in the know, this is a little too advanced for them. And I think that's when they kind of made the call to kind of these last two videos. And I'll show you even the rock the boat, the codes and rock the boat. But if you look at the necklace, and again, I could totally be off. Maybe she wasn't targeted. Maybe. But remember, even I personally think she was sacrificed because of her light and her awareness of things. And I think they kind of lost control. Like at this level, she would have had full control over the 72. Believe it or not, y'all want to go? Should I put that out there? 144,000. I'm speaking in code. These archetypes. We're talking about 72, and then the enlightenment of the Christ consciousness. That level of light is a little bit too much for this system. And I know it's because I've seen this is not the only person this has happened to. This has happened to a lot of people from the line of Judah. Obviously, sometimes they want to get you in the contract, and then they can control those archetypes and can control and drive your consciousness. Sometimes people would try to put you under not so much of the spell that comes with the contract. Even sometimes if someone gets desperate enough, they'll try to put the spell on you even without the contract, and to see if they can control you. And I got a feeling this was not a case of this when it comes to Aaliyah, only because of certain, and again, she's not the only woman in the industry that is not under, people be thinking everybody's under MKUltra, everybody is under, they have no control over, that's just simply not true. There's a lot of ignorance, and in many ways, you maybe that's a good thing. I don't know. I personally don't like the ignorance, but when I see certain things with certain women, and I see the level of power that they have, and the creativity and the control and the knowledge and the wisdom, I tip my hat off. I don't hate, Left eye is another one. If certain things she says, and be like, okay, whoa, okay, so maybe it eases those of us on that journey, and those of us kind of trying to kind of doing it ourselves and figuring it out, and we're on the outside, we're not clicked in, and the men don't want to teach us, but we have our own. We have the Atlantean version, and that's special. The Atlantean version, which is now the Nakhti Queen, the Nakhti Queen mothership. I think it's always been kind of like the mothership, even with George Clinton talking about swing low, sweet chariot, and the mothership, be coming, the second coming. It's kind of something that certain Black Americans always knew about. It's just something that you either or you don't. But at the end, you see this. This is literally they're dancing, and it's just obviously this balance. And then when we talk about Jesus Christ, that's a code too. From obviously it there's no J, but it's not like how people think. It's not a religious thing. It's like a safety veil. It's kind of like pulling a parachute, so to speak. It's hard to explain that. It's hard to explain it, but it's not an externalization of power necessarily. It is someone kind of brings you into another octave of knowledge and guiding pretty much that process to make sure that people, it's pretty much becoming more so whole within yourself, though, trusting in yourself and the encouragement of that, and then trying to push some of that stagnant energy out of a person, so to speak. So now we have Alia rock the boat. Once after you get through this stage with the we need a resolution, she's with the Yeshua, you're gonna go to the next higher octave. And usually that is where you bond more with your sisters. You find your other sisters, you find your other women that have been through that. They share your story if they want to or not. Sometimes they're just trying to help you. Sometimes if you're freaking messy and wild like me, you're gonna need fucking help. Like with me, it's a really wild energy because of the octaves that I have to heal and then my own traumas. And so at that point you have to rely on your sister. So this science, Atlantean Masonry, once you get through dealing with some of the more deviant aspects of the divine masculine and the energies, that's the earth-based masonry, and you go back up into more of the higher octaves of it. The science is designed for you to understand the value of the divine feminine and sisterhood, but you do at times understand the value of the brotherhood in terms of protecting those who took the pledge. And it's not necessarily an oath, but those who decide to stay loyal to that 125D order. So those who are in the certain orders of the Dragon Riders and the Orders of Serpent, they take that creed to protect the divine feminine. And so sometimes, you'll see, and again, people don't understand. They'll misinterpret things on purpose. If you're out from the outside looking at it, you shouldn't probably be watching it, because if you're misinterpreting something and when all the codes are there, even the way a person moves, if someone comes out with a book called Queen Mothership or Divine Feminine, and you're still trying to put someone on the, making everything about men, then you just don't get it. It's not your bloodline. It's not meant for a woman to reduce or simplify the process, because it's most likely something you shouldn't be studying or watching or looking at, to be honest, because it's a known thing that you're going through. You're going to have help from your bloodline, but then the science is for you to develop the Atlantean version. I can't say whatever that earth-based version stuff is going on. I can't talk to that. I can't speak to that. A lot of women have been killed or maimed and crucified and even locked up and institutionalized from that earth-based version. And a lot of times the earth-based version will attack 125D Nagas beings and hybrids. So human hybrids and 125D the 125 Nagas and 33 Nagas. These are humans. They look humans, but they on the spiritual and they're interdimensional. They're spiritual beings that can obviously be human, and any being can do that. That's just the norm. Just like how Sun Ra, when you look back, you see Sun Ra say anything can come on this planet. An angel, a demon, a different type of species, a Lemurian, a Pleiadian, Atlantean, anything, and like that's just a known thing. And he said that 60 years ago, damn near. And so here we are in 2025, and people are acting like they're talking about aliens, like what, like an interdimensional being. This is like when we say stations, like what are you talking about? These people have been coming there. A lot of that doesn't mean they're not native to planet Earth. Okay, humanity has always had watchmen, guardians of the earth angels since the beginning of time. So how could you reduce that down to an alien? It's creepy. Like what are we doing? I'm not saying everybody was doing that. I'm just saying I've seen that, and it was just like, okay, so maybe we're just not prepared to have this conversation, or the fucking CIA is trying to make things sound stupid, pretty much, so that people would dismiss it because they need your mind in a box. Because if they cannot socially engineer you or mind control you, or distract you, then what good are you to them on the planet? And that's not just, I'm not saying, I'm not blaming the CIA solely for that, but obviously there's some sinister forces on this planet that has a vested interest in keeping people ignorant. So in the Rock the Boat, absolutely we need a resolution. This was kind of the code. And I don't know if she came up with this or if she knew, I just don't think that a woman would put this together out of ignorance or just play a role and not know everything. Or maybe somebody did plan all this for her. Maybe somebody did just say, okay, we're going to do all this. But I would really hate that. I would hate to think that somebody that, and that could be, but it's just it's just a little too intricate. And so now we have the Rock the Boat song. You see a bunch of women in white. This is where the women kind of take over as far as the healing process and the ascension process, the ascension to the higher octave. So Rock the Boat, obviously, there's just all ships are female. They're on a ship, a vessel of some sort, a boat, and all they're in water. And so we see the Rock the Boat. With all ships being female, we know that translates to mothership. When we say rock, we're talking about it either stands for reveal the boat or gather the mothership, gather the mothership, rock the boat. And there obviously it's a song. It sounds like it's about some sort of intercourse. But we say gather the mothership, and you can see this crown right there. And then you can see gather the mothership, there is an expectation that you would be bonding with your sisters. That's so you see that right there. And then you see some of the dancing with the water. And that came out when I think I was in 4th grade. And so you see the dancing together. Gather the mothership, rock the boat, change positions on me. This part change positions, and you're going up and down. I mean, use your fucking logical mind. use your logical mind. I mean, use your common sense as to why would at this particular position of this song change positions on me, and then she goes up. And then she goes down and rock the boat, gather the mothership. And she goes up, they're doing this dance. And then you see this snake, this kind of necklace with a snake. Okay. And then at the end of the video, this video was filmed in the Bahamas. She didn't want to get on the plane, all these things. But look at the water. She's in the water and she's going up to the light, When we say Bahama, we get Abraham. But check this out. Where does the R come from? the Turin map, Shroud of Turin, Christ. She pretty much reached. That's why a lot of Black Americans call her an angel. She reached a too high of a frequency for the system, so to speak. But look at when you see Turin map. This is the Bahamas is found on a Turin map. Literally, you can look this up yourself. So we have Bahama, Rama, and you have Abraham. Look at this. It's also by Arawak. Arawak, she's awake. She's to awaken. Raha. Okay. And so Raha, awake, Yahweh means way of the female. It's not the gender urge. But this is not like a being that the Lion of Judah worships. Not to my knowledge. At least not a 125D Nagas being, and not even the ones that's half and half. I think when we say you'll see a Black American say Yahweh, sing it in gospel song, like that little boy to say Yahweh. They're literally just saying the way of the female. I mean, at least for some of us, I don't know. Maybe some people think it's the literal entity. That entity. I think somebody made that. I can't really speak to that. I have to say I can't speak to that. Because I wouldn't translate it that way naturally. You know what I mean? It just wouldn't translate. And then you have these different transliterations of the Bible: Ethiopian, Nazarene, Nag Hammadi text, all these different versions, and even not even necessarily versions, but even documents that are kind of scattered or staccato rather. Then you have obviously get into the Anglican Protestant versions with KJV, who purposely kind of coded certain things his way for his own outcome, and he is a high-ranking Nagas. And then you have there's so many versions. The Orthodox Jewish Bible, that's kind of the one that I sometimes like. You have the Torah, you have the Tanakh, the Ketuvim, the Mishnah. What else? What else is there? I'm trying to think. There's quite a bit. American version, international. It's all types of the New English version. It's all types. You guys know. So, but I tend to like to go to where did this source come from? I think it's appropriate, and then to try to compare some of the words and the translations of words and things, because I'm telling you, if you go to a 1600 version of the Bible and you think that you have figured it out, compared to like even something as down as the Lord's Prayer, you're out of your ever loving mind. I mean, it is shocking, some of the differences of the way it's translated. And that can be offensive to people, but that's on you. We gave out the warning. It's better to probably use, and I won't say it's better. I suggest, maybe you do an Ethiopian version, you get something with Ge'ez. Maybe I have an interlinear, which has Abrahamic, not Abrahamic, Hebrew, Greek, and English, and then some of the numerical breakdown as well. But I would like to see one with Ge'ez, Hebrew, and Aramaic, and English, and then some of the numbers too. I think that would be dope. And then have it with all of the books from the Ethiopian, the 88 books, as well as some of the Nag Hammadi, so people could kind of put all these stories together. I think that would be an awesome project for Nakhti University. I don't have time for it yet, God willing. But anyways, you get Abraham, Bahama, Turin map, Arawak, Rama, awake, Raha, way of female. That means you're too advanced, sweetie. You got to go to another star system. I'm not saying that. I'm just saying that's usually how people treat that. The people that run this system. I don't know who quite runs it. I have to admit, I'll be trying to figure it out myself. I've been kept in the dark with a lot of things myself, which sucks. I'm learning things on my own. Thank God I have the creator God of the universe to teach me, and ancestors, and spiritual beings, spiritual guides, and spiritual team, star systems, and then basic, reading and doing research. So thank God for that. So usually, at this point, probably going to another star system. And so more translates to myrrh. That's the bark of a tree. It was used in ancient times for ferment incense. We say myrrh. But again, some of this stuff is sound frequency. And what's fascinating is that a lot of Black Americans understand some of this naturally. It's beautiful, actually. They know it naturally. Nobody has to sit them in a classroom and say, pronounce, we got to learn these different, the sound is more important than the actual, like, even the meaning of the words, because there's a secret science behind this that we even hid from them in terms of the way we can can use some of the Cometian knowledge with Hebrew knowledge with even some of the other pantheons and mix some of this. And then it's okay because we come from the bloodline that created all of it. So when we teach it, when it was being taught to Black Americans, they were getting some of the most highest level knowledge, bar none. And then, like someone said, somebody messed the books up on purpose. It wasn't that they messed it up on purpose, which I learned from the being that messed it up on purpose. It's a 125D have 33, or I would say even a primordial, and it was done to hide. I mean, if you're being stalked and targeted and watched, and your bloodline is being tracked, and people are trying to get you to your bloodline to get in contracts and to be, they have that level of power under their control. You have to have some safeguards, and so that's why that happened. And I think people thought that. But if you're trying to protect the bloodline, then you do whatever you're going to do to protect it, and that's usually the Cometian way, right? And so that's what the fuck it is about. People get mad at that, but it protected Sun Ra too. I mean, he's from Birmingham, Alabama, and so maybe he might have took issue with that, which we understand. But if you're getting enslaved and you're getting targeted, and people are trying to get you to sign something to give up a birthright, you would have to find a way, and in many instances, to protect yourself. So let's keep going. Let's see. I think I covered that, but I was fascinated because I'm like, okay, this is one of the more Atlantean versions. So who's down here who has knowledge of Atlantean? It's really it was really fascinating. Excuse me. I had to burp. And then also I was looking at this. You can see how this looks like the braid kind of looks like a snake. It says K-pop demon hunters. When K-pop superstars Rumi, Mara, and Zoe aren't selling out stadiums, they use their secret powers to protect their fans from supernatural threats. And so there's beings that they're protectors. And we see that braid like that. Now let's look at, when we talk about these snakes, let's actually do more of a deeper dive into that. We can go from, I think we could talk about that with Aliyah. You see this, I actually wanted to, so obviously you see with a human spine, you have snake spine. Humans, 33 vertebrae. Actually, because I really want to go in on this part. Let's go back here, because I want to show, now this, y'all got to pay attention. Got to pay attention to this part, because now we about to show some motherfucker. I'm about to show you something that you about to be like, whoa. Okay. So let's go here. It's gonna play. Is this gonna happen? It's gonna go. Okay. And so this is the song that I told you guys about. I'm gonna play it. It's right here. Okay. Wait, it's not playing on cue. Hold on. Okay. Wait, it's not playing on cue. So this is honestly one of my favorite parts of me creating this. And I said, guys, you find snake cobras, and and I was so happy to find like these clips. But pay attention to this part, because this is going to be very important, because you guys have to understand, like, and I want you to study the feats of Michael Jackson and James Brown. And then, so obviously you see these earrings. This is a clip. This particular song that you hear is by Tall Black Guy Terrell Wallace, and it's like there's a flute that kind of stirs, and then it's like there's this and then there's like this, like this clicking, like a rattle, kind of like a rattlesnake, but not quite a rattle sound. But it's enough of a rattle sound where it's like, and then even in the actual video, matter of fact, let's go here and actually just play that first, so then that way you guys can see the context. Let's see, tall black eye boiler room. Okay, I want you to look at how the melanated people. I don't know why would this start. Like I don't understand for the life of me, like why this never happened before. Where like it's like a lag. It's not smooth, and that's never happened before to me. I'm thinking like, is it, it's like, it's just not playing smooth today. And I just don't understand why. It makes me think. I know this is like a heavy damn topic, but geez. Okay, so let's see. Maybe we do, that's not full screen? What's going on here? Okay, let's go back. We need to do that. I'm trying to get this to be full screen. Full screen layout. Okay, there we go. I was trying to get it to be bigger, pretty much. What I want you to do is look at the melanated person when he starts playing this song. Look at how the melanated people, and if you guys go to it, you can see how they were dancing before. I mean, they were dancing, but they weren't like moving like how they were moving once he starts playing this. This black guy right here, and then I think there's two black guys right here. But one of them, they start dancing, like they start moving. But watch this part, and then that way, when we break this down in terms of the rattlesnake and some of the, we're going to get into actual organs and all these things, you guys will get it. So let's start. They dancing, don't get me wrong, people are bopping, but watch this part when it switches around the 39 minute mark. They just, he bopping, he's just standing there, but watch this. Okay, now watch this. So look at this dude right here. Did you hear that knock? I don't know how to do that sound. Like it's like that. It's like a knock. Like a rattle. Like I don't know how to make it with my mouth. I don't know how to do the sound with my mouth. But pay attention to that part. That part of the song. You'll see why in a minute. It's like that part of that song is like kind of like it's like a rattle from a snake. And I'll play the similarities. I will actually play like the sound from the snake so you can hear it yourself. Now keep listening. Now watch how this black guy starts, this one with the black ones. So as he's moving these little buttons and these, and it's like pausing kind of and moving in these different, that has to do with a high, very high, extreme understanding, a high level of understanding of some of the way the metals work on the earth and like the way the vibrations like woo. It's hard to explain it, but it's really cool. And I'm going to show you how it looks with Michael Jackson and James Brown. They understand that level of frequency as rhythm. It has to do with the pineal gland and then the Jacob's son's organ within Black American's head. And so we'll get into that in a little bit. Let's keep going here. That 3 clicks, and That as he started, the dude just automatically just started moving, like his head just started. But watch the way he started moving his body. I thought it was so funny. So it's clearly something in the cadence of that song. But watch this part. Remember them 3 clicks. Okay, I want you to pay attention to them 3 clicks. Now we go here. Now it's kind of like this rattlesnake sound, but pay attention to the last, I'm going to say 5 seconds or 3 seconds rather of this clip. Actually, I'm going to loop it because we're probably going to play. I just want you to compare the sound for yourself. Oops, where did I go? Okay, right here. Hear that? It's that same similar sound that you heard in the song. That towards the end where it sound more recognizable. Okay, I'm gonna do it again. I'm gonna play it again. You hear that? Okay. So now let's go back here and actually play it again. Now remember, let me show you a picture one more time so people don't think that I'm saying that Black Americans are made with like this small little ass cobra. No, that would be ridiculous. Remember when Aaliyah showed you, it's more so that big giant thing in the back. But think of it's a frequency thing. That's just a conception of someone's version of an archetype, but it's quite not even like that. Because now we're talking about ruha, like breath, like, right? You breathe in life. That's like the way the creator God of the universe looks, or conceptualize. You can't conceptualize that. But when we talk about like some of the primordial swamp aspects of things, when you start to get down into more of the primordials, or like say like obviously in the ninth part of angels, you have the seraphims. The seraphims are the closest to God. That is the fire breathing serpents with the wings. We get to see those, people, Black Americans get to, certain beings, not even just Black Americans, because even some of the Japanese and Indians get to see these things too. That's why they have, I mean, watch the movie Over the Moon. I'll just say that. That's how that starts to look. It's a giant, like a dragon, like a dragon, that type of thing. That's where the dragon aspect comes from. But that's more so the primordial aspect. But when we talk about the Ruha, like creator God of the universe, that you can't even describe, right? It's not even a point. No point in saying it. That's why a lot of people don't even say God's name, or they don't even say what it looks like. You can't. I mean, it's ridiculous. So I do have to say we're at a primordial aspect still, but we're more so thinking of like say like the seraphims, but giant ones, dragons, pretty much. Okay, and you can even see that on her shirt. Okay, so let's go back here and we'll play this. Now pay attention to Michael Jackson and James Brown's feats. I want you to study those feats and look how they can match up perfectly. And see, I did not alter that video at all. I swear you can go and get it yourself and do everything that I did, and you will get the same results. I promise you. I did not edit. There is no AI. I just took the clip from Michael Jackson and James Brown, and literally overlaid it over the sound of Tall Black Eyes Boiler Room London set at that particular part with that and that rattle. And I was shocked. It blew my mind. But look at the feet. Their feet is moving like rattlesnakes. Okay. And then look at their spines is moving like more so of the cobra. And I just want you to study that for Black Americans who are interested in, like, if you know how to move like that, you're like, no, or maybe you want to you just want to understand some things. No, look at that yourself. I did not alter this video. I just literally when I say alter, I did not like change the speeds or anything to make it match with the sound. So let's play it. Okay. Everybody knows about the pineal gland and rhythm. And the pineal gland and snakes kind of can move with the rhythm, you know. And so take a look at this. So look at Michael again. You have to really pay attention to them feet. Look at them feet and how they're moving naturally with that rattle sound. But look at their feet. And you know why I'm disappointed? You know why I'm a little upset? Because this is not even on sync. There's a delay. I'm telling you, there's a delay because there's something wrong with my computer. But I'm telling you, I have to find a way. I probably will upload. I'm telling you, like it is. There's a delay in this. It's not even playing on sync. It's perfect in sync. And so that's why I'm upset because I'm like, it's not even playing the way that it should play, with it being perfectly in sync. And I'm like, why the fuck is this of all days? Like all of a sudden this shit wants to delay? No, I don't believe that at all. You know what? Let me see. Because I actually did, let me play this real quick. Here, let's go back here because I want to, I need to understand, maybe because it's live. I'm thinking like, oh, because it's live, it could be doing that. So I did upload this earlier, so maybe we could just, maybe if I'm not playing the live version, it won't have that delay. So let's do it again here. Because this I had played as like Premiere earlier. So maybe that will do the trick. Okay, so let's do it again. You know how hard it is to move your fucking feet like that? I'm like, I'm like, I am amazed. And it's literally moving like a freaking rattlesnake. I just showed you it. And I'm going to show you even more. I'm going to show you even more. You're going to be looking like, what? Okay, so let's look at it again. Like, look at this part. And actually, I think it is playing a lot better, so thank God. Look at the feet. His feet is moving like a rattlesnake. Look at Michael Jackson's feet with the black when he had a black and white on. I have to say, it's still a little bit of a delay. I'm telling you, the way this looked on just like my windows, I guess even just premiering it's something happened. Yeah. Oh, you know what because you know what happened? Okay, I remember now. I had to remove certain clips and songs for copyright reasons. And that's what happened. That's what's thrown. I'm like, what the fuck? Like, I'm sitting here like bugging, like, because it's a perfect, like, even that part when it's perfect. That's like, what's going on here? I had to actually did have to remove some clips. But still, you could still see it. Like in the original video, that part where he pushes pelvic part is literally on click with the 3 rattles. And I'm telling you, you could do it yourself and get these clips and do it yourself just to test it. No editing. Okay, so let's go back. Where do we go? We go here. Let's go back now. Now watch. Now that you see the feet, you studied the feet. Now now look at the rattlesnake again. Okay, look at it again. Now, if you look at their feet, it was moving just like this rattle. Yeah, that's how their feet was moving. Just one more time. people have to do this. I'm just giving you, I just want you to guys to put the connections together, especially because a lot of people can dance, maybe not a lot actually, it's actually extremely rare, but if you're dancing like that, just so you can understand, that has to do with pineal gland and the Jacobson's organ. Okay, so I think you guys get the point. So now let's actually look at the anatomy of a snake. So you guys can see some things. Okay, and so but we'll start with some of the comparisons between human spine and snake spine. So obviously 33 vertebrae, they're the ones infused in the sacrum and coccyx, because I'm probably pronouncing that wrong. Snakes have 200 to 400 vertebrae, depending on the species. The ribs have 12 pairs of ribs are attached to the thoracic vertebrae. Snake spine has a pair of ribs attached to nearly every vertebrae along the length of its body. So, it moves a little bit differently. But when you see Michael Jackson and James Brown and many others, that slow motion thing they can do, that's a part of, look, you study the way a snake moves. We're going to actually look at that even more. See the structure, the spine has distinct regions, the cervical, thoracic, lumbar, and it's shaped to support upright bipedal movement. And with a snake, the spine is a single elongated unit, only differentiated. Flexibility is limited, but obviously, for those who have Jacobson's and activated pineal glands, your flexibility is a lot more. Snakes are extremely flexible, okay? And you have joints, okay? So, we're not going to get into all that. And so now let's look at the brain. You have Jacobson's organ in the forked tongue, okay? You have a pineal gland. They don't talk about the pineal gland, but there's a pineal gland, there's a Jacobson's organ. Now, the Jacobson's organ is in the mouth of a human as well. And so a lot of people don't know this. Let's look at this. This is NASA. A lot of people don't know that NASA is a play on Nazarene, NASA, Nazarite. Yeshua was in the order of serpents. Okay. Now NASA, people say, it has related to space, or people say it's what's it called? An organization that grifts money. Probably so. I'm not here to argue that. It's an occult society, that's for sure. NASA, the energy from NASA, every time I study it, they talk about they're traveling in space. They're not talking about that type of space. They're talking about a different type of travel, okay? But I mean, they probably are experimenting with rocket ships and all these things, but they're studying more so the NASA bloodline, trying to understand your pineal gland and understand Jacobson's organ, understanding consciousness and as it relates to travel, space travel. And you can see that just from even the logo. This is literally the logo of NASA. It's a forked tongue of a snake. NASA stands for the Nazarene bloodline, which Yeshua was part of the Nazarites. And all the Black Americans actually identify as Nazarite. I've seen people, even look at Loaded Lux, rap battle with Calico. You remember he said, when he mentioned, we call them Nazarites. Like he mentioned it even, and then you see some Black Americans named Nas, like Nasir. That's where that's coming from. And so you see Jacobson's organ. Now they're lying to people saying that the Jacobson's organ is inactive. That they admit that humans have the Jacobson's organ, but they say it's not active. Active where? Active. They say it's inactive. Oh, inactive where? Because in Black Americans, you could look at Michael Jackson's motherfucking feet, and you could look at James Brown motherfucking feet. How does that look inactive? It is very much so active. Now, maybe not in everybody, but if you're moving your feet like that to a motherfucking rattle beat like that, and your feet is literally moving like a motherfucking rattlesnake, Your Jacobson's organ is very much fucking active, as well as most likely your pineal gland. And Jacobson's organs is like the top of your mouth, believe it or not. Now, I'm going to prove to you that Jacobson's organ and at least the Lion of Judah is activated, and maybe some lots of other people. Again, I can only speak from my lineage, just based on the way they sing. You ever seen gospel music? Clark sisters, Shantae Moore. We're going to listen to a clip of Shantae Moore. That singing like that comes from an activated Jacobson's organ. So we talk Jacob. It's right in front of you. That would be that the Jacob it was originally changed name. I think it was Jacob Israel, right? But Jacob is a play on James too. James is a variation of Jacob. But Jacob's son's organ, it's right in front of you. It's very much aware that the Lion of Judah, the Hebrew line, has connection to serpentine seraphim, 9 choir of angels from God. And so you look at the spine of a human, it's right there. Now, I'm not saying other people that are not in a Lion of Judah kin don't have access to activate the Jacobson's organ. That's not the debate that I'm making. I'm not trying to put other groups of people down. I'm just saying when the science is saying that it's inactive, that's just not true. And as you can see, this is what Yeshua was trying to teach. I'm not teaching that right now, but that's in plenty of books that you can see. That's Ida and Pagala, the chakra system, and activating codependent energy, snake energy. Okay, that's something that everybody knows these days. Okay, and so now you see the spine of human, the spine of snake. You see that? Okay, and then now you still see the NASA logo. Now, Jacob's organ, they're saying that's a sensory organ that detects specific chemical signals and pheromones in many animals. And from pheromones, oh, absolutely, and even in mammals, But the detection and let's look at its location. So the location of it is it varies by species. So it's located in nasal cavity attached to the roof of the mouth, but it's in front of the roof of the mouth, right? But when they're saying that it's inactive and say it's humans, while there's a physical structure that was once considered a human's Jacobson's organ, it is not functional the same way it is in other animals, essentially a vestigial structure with no known sensory role in humans. That is absolute lie. That is absolute lie. You can look at Michael Jackson, you can look at James Brown's feats, just to confirm that it is an absolute complete lie. I just don't understand what was the point of telling humans that. I just don't understand. And so I think that maybe if it is inactive, perhaps you can activate it, with the pineal gland with melanin. But look at these feats. It is active, and in Jacobson's organ relates more so to the voice, and I'll show you the voice. But the pineal gland is relating more so towards that movement, like that, the vast feats like that. But it does connect to Jacobson's organ as well. So let's look at it one more time. Okay. And then let's look at that snake one more time. Jacobson's organ. Let's go here again. Okay. Now, if you see silly stuff on it, they're probably going to take, clips of, make it really silly, like have somebody go viral for making a mockery out of this. And that's on them. But I want you guys to pay attention to when we talk about Jacob's son's organ in the pineal gland, and then like this Nagas, NASA, we talk about this Lion of Judah stuff. I want you guys to pay attention to the movements around here, because when we say Jacob's son's organ relates more so also to the way you sing and your range. Listen to how not Michael Jackson, how James Brown also screams. It's going to play right here. And then we're also going to look at these Black people skating. Here's the peace sign, which is an Atlantean symbol for fertility of the divine feminine symbol for the bunny ears, and also duality two, taking them out of a certain frequency and putting them on the two. But that means piece of a whole. The peace sign must be upright. The peace symbol with the trees. Let me just show you. Peace. I covered that, but it must be upright. Usually Black Americans do wear it upright. I don't know. I haven't seen anybody wear it upside down. Here we go. It's supposed to be upright at all times. It's a process of ascension. So this is the peace sign displayed correctly. Okay, it's supposed to be upright, facing more so like the trees, because when you die, even if some of the Nagas 33, some of the at that time, like thousands of years ago, like the Nephilims, when they would die, we teach Black Americans, that they're gonna go, and the energies is gonna feed the trees. It'll be fertilizer for the tree. Your body can be fertilizer for the tree. And so, trees are important. They say they're going to have spirits, but you don't necessarily stay inside the tree, right? You can go to a different star system or whatever. I'm not debating that. But the essence, the actual dust, like the actual decaying of the flesh, is going to go and fertilize. It's going to, it's going to be in the ground in your tree. And so we were showing them that. And that's why some Black Americans say, well, is the trees the fallen angels? Like you'll hear that. Like I've actually heard Black Americans say that they think that the trees may be a fallen angel. And so here you have the peace sign. That's also a mudra. I forget what the name of the pronunciation of the mudra, but that's the bunny ears too. The bunny was always a fun animal to let the Nagas kids play with, in terms of showing the fertility is always a symbol of the divine feminine. So bunny ears and tricks are for kids. The XX chromosome, all mammals start off as a girl, XX, and then you evolve, you develop androgens, and around your second month you can develop into a male. And so since every human starts off as a girl, we were teaching them the two and the eggs, because that's how you're gonna start off. And then the female, the divine feminine, the bunny ears for fertility, and then the two helps with the ascension process, believe it or not, instead of being on the one. And I'm realizing that too. So if you're saying chosen one, we gotta get out of that. Black Americans, I know we do get targeted and we do feel like we're the chosen ones, but the one is the frequency is messing us up, believe it or not, in our ascension process. And that was revealed to me this week. So you notice, I don't know if I want to get this out. I don't want to teach that online. There was a way that Sun Ra and other dope people who realized that what was going on, they found a way to change it. Even Flying Lotus, like they found a way to put it on it too. The Atlantean women, we get off the whole, because we're talking about 0-1 binary code. Black Americans been off of that. But believe it or not, we're off of the 2 too. Some of us, and especially with 125D, we're getting off of the 2 too. And but we gotta work in baby steps for people, because there's a lot of people, even myself, we're saying the chosen one, the one is messing us up equation wise, based on the IPUs on planet Earth. And so, if you can go on the 2, but even if we look at the peace sign upright, and peace means peace of a whole. Like when you come on planet Earth, you're descending essentially from the bliss consciousness, or one or universal interconnectivity with the Godhead, this bliss, like creator God of the universe. And you're coming down to come to experience flesh, to experience being an individual, to have taxonomy, to experience what it looks like to have categories and classifications and duality, contrast, the contrast, good and bad, good and evil, hot and cold, those type of things. And so this is representing a taxonomy, classification, the appearance of being a piece of a whole. You see, it's still a circle, but it's still a piece of a whole, and so that's where the peace comes from, peace, and then the divine feminine, the two, because we were putting Black Americans on the two, taking them out of the binary code and put them on the two, and we're going to take them out of the two, put them on a higher of those of us that get it. Again, I can't say it's everybody, all 50 million of us. That's ludicrous. Those that know, they're in the know. And so that's what the peace sign. But when you see when it's upright, it means life, beginning, protection. And so when people were turning it upside down, we don't know. Obviously, it wasn't our bloodline that did that. I can guarantee you. If you look, I could show you so many videos of Black Americans. It's always upright. I don't know any Black American that would purposely wear the peace sign upside down. If we find it, that's why it was kind of shocking to a lot of the Nagas. Like, what the fuck is going? That's why I kept saying everything is botched. It's botched. It's reverse engineered. And I think I offended a lot of Black Americans because, believe it or not, they have a kid version of things, but it's not. Their stuff is not as reversed as whoever turned this upside down, right? Whoever changed the definition of what the peace sign means, whoever, like, they didn't do all this. Now, I apparently somebody might have taught them the outsiders it botched on purpose to keep them lower. I don't know, or to curse them because our bloodline got enslaved, and so maybe you want to give somebody fucked up information because you're upset at what they did to your ancestors. I don't know how that works, but I'm saying that it's clearly some sort of variation of that happened. Now let's go back. Where were we at? Okay, right here. And so I was showing. Oh, okay. Now what I do? I wanted to show you. Here we go. The peace sign. Look at the way when we talk about Jake. We're going to talk about Jacob, Sun's organ, and combined with activated pineal gland. We're going to show you the movements. Okay, and then you pay attention to sounds though. Eli on the track. We have Jedi Li, DJ Li on the track. You hear that scream that James Brown is doing? Eli on the track. Look at the feet. The feet are moving more like a snake movement. Now it's not going as fast as a rattlesnake, but more so like how a cobra would move. Or I'm gonna show you the snake that goes sideways. How some of the feet move like that. See the way the body is moving from side to side like that? That's kind of like how the cobra moves. Now look at her feet. She's showing purposely how she can go side to side with her feet while skating, going forward. That is extremely hard to do, but she's showing it. That's it, look at her skill set. saw how she was going sideways. Now, what I want you to watch is this sideways snake. Watch this.
If you spot such a mark in a desert area.
Oops, I didn't mean to do that. What's going on? Okay. Sideways again.
If you spot such a mark in a desert area.
Okay, do you see that? It's a sideways. It's a side.
Found in the deserts of North America, measuring up to 2 feet
This
in
snake is native to North America.
length and capable of reaching speeds of up to 29 kilometers per hour.
And it moves sideways. Now let's go. Back. That sharp movement. Pay attention to sharp movement of the foot. Now this part is very important. Relates the pay attention to the sounds. This relates more to Jacob son's organ in the mouth. And the frequency, this you're going to hear this real on the track. Like it's a guttural, deep sound. It is in alignment with frequency. There's metals in the earth that when the earth is moving at a certain, you can sometimes hear it if you're really high. Sometimes you could hear the earth like deep down, deep. You'll hear it. It kind of freaked me out. I heard something. I know that for a fact that this planet went on a higher octave this morning. I don't know how and why, but it went on a higher octave. I felt it. I've been feeling it all day. It woke me up in my sleep around 4 a.m. I heard it. It sounded like when Moses took staff for the water, electromagnetic. For those who know the science of how Moses did that, that's exactly what happened this morning. And something it's the sound of that. People may know the science of it, not even know how to do it, but just know how it looks. Imagine the sound of that. Okay, I'm gonna give you just a small sample of how that sounds. But even this is like what you're gonna hear may kind of arouse you. As far as your pineal gland, or it may arouse you. Like you may bop your head. You like the beat. You don't know why you're bopping it, but it's the sound of the electromagnetic field that it creates, and that has a sound. Now this is like a baby version, but it still sounds like a grown-ass man, and it still sounds very powerful. But imagine, when most staff and how that frequency of that, like imagine that like times 1,000, and how that will sound as far as the electromagnetic field that it creates. And that is honestly some of the capabilities, that the Lion of Judah will have the Black Americans. And so I want you guys to pay attention to the sound and also the dancing too. Pay attention to now. Again, we're talking about Jacob's son's organ. As far as when you hear this deep, and I may keep rewinding it because again, I'm tuning. Whoever's listening to this, you're kind of getting tuned up a bit because again, that frequency is aligning with some of the metals on the earth. Now you can laugh and hey, that sounds crazy. We don't care, but for those who get it, we get it. And as far as people who want to tune up a bit and get on the octave that we're ascending to, this will help you. And so that's why I'm showing so much of the feats and the rattles and all this stuff and all that. It's a reason, okay? It's not without merit. And you're gonna see some of the differences, and I know this may sound weird to certain people. You're gonna see some of the Hebrew influence, and then how versus the Commission. And you could even they throw certain symbols to let you kind of know, like, well, I'm from more of the Hebrew Lion of Judah. And I could even show you the Prince of Egypt. Once they had crossed over, there were people dressed in Egyptian gear. It was people, because again, Ramses and Moses were calling each other brother. And I will show you, like, I will literally show you in the movie. They put it right there in the movie, like how there were people that were quote unquote commissioned that that crossed over with Moses, and the after the water had got flooded back in to the river and wiped out Ramses, but it was commissions over on the other side still with them. It was something that was like, well, I'm going with them because they understood the same mystery science and the same schools, and so the same knowledge base for the most part. So it wasn't a big deal, you know. And you see that in the movie. There were some of them, but you got to look at the background characters. You know, it's not like they were made. But I paused it, and I'm always looking around for certain things for codes and stuff. And I was like, wow, so that is what I knew spiritually, intuitively, it is a thing. And you could see some of, you know, these black men dancing. You could see, like, okay, well, you could look at the nose. I can look at the nose, and I can look at even the movement of the body and say, okay, that's the more of the Hebrew, and I can instantly tell the commission, you know. And then you can see they even throw certain symbols where they're letting you know. It was interesting. What's beautiful is they're having like this little light competition. They're having this light little competition with each other. So I just want you to pay attention, and then also pay attention when you hear that this dark, deep, guttural voice. Some, I think he's saying something on the track. Pay attention to that part too. Okay, so we're gonna play.
Nas on the track.
Is he DJ Nas, Jedi Nas, Nazarene? Okay, Nas on, but he said Nas on the track. But pay attention to how that is tuned up. I know that may sound so dark to someone, like, what that's a scary little sounding voice. It is something that's guttural in the earth in terms of some of the metals that it vibrate. It's vibrating on that level. Pay attention. It's attention to the feet and then the back as well.
Nas on the track.
I watched this part. This part is very important. He's going to turn around in a circle on one foot. Whoever edited the Skate Life TV and ATL, they purposely put match the sound of the frequency of the way it sounds when he turns. They purposely did that. Somebody purposely edited that way. Now pay attention to the part. That's a very powerful. That to me, I mean, people, you know, may think, oh, why is you just focus on the men? We're going to focus on some of the ladies too. Don't get me wrong, but that is the sound of movement, and even that has an equation, like even that sound like that. I'm telling you, I heard this really loud this morning, a variation of that very sound, but imagine that times like 1,000 this morning. I heard it. I know that the whole planet went on something higher today. Now let's do it again. Okay, do it again. I'm programming. I'm not saying I'm programming, but I'm trying to. I'm doing something here as it relates to anybody who's watching. So that's why I keep replaying it. Pay attention to that slow motion. That's the way the electromagnetic field. We can, like, there's certain beings that can see what that looks like. The electromagnetic field of what that looks like is crazy. It just looks like a cool dance move, but he playing the sound of what the frequency would sound like, of what the dance move would sound like, literally what the dance move sounds like. That's highly advanced. He's playing what the fuck the dance move would sound like. That's Hebrew. Now I want to show you this. Because certain, they talked about, like, even when you talk about Bahama, Raha, Rama, Brahma, you know, Brahma, all these things connected. this is also what that looks like. That's like that's that dance move and that sound. We talk about Jacob's son's organ. That's what that looks like as well. Just so you guys know. Let me make sure that we share it. That's what it looks like. Now let's do it again. So that's the frequency of the dance move. I'm gonna play the frequency of the dance move again.
Nas on the track.
Get up. Okay. And that's what that will look like. Also, a variation of that in a spiritual realm. Now, when we talk about Java, like certain pronunciations of these words, you see Oracle, Java. But that's kind of a play on, because there's no J in Hebrew. So you could say, obviously in Sanskrit it'll be Swaha, but it's a certain way you would pronounce that to really tap in. Will this work? Again, I am addressing this just to Lion of Judah, and I am addressing this to Black Americans with Jacob's sons in their tongue, because that relates to sound and frequency, and then those who have the movement with it, so you could tap into we were watching James Brown, we're watching Michael Jackson, their feet's moving like rattlesnakes and shit, and we're seeing this dude skating it, and now somebody literally matched the frequency with the way the dance moved, so that's why I'm teaching this stuff. But let's see. Hava, so it would say Java, and you see how the logo is a coffee sign. Now people will say, well, are you saying that we're all like, are we not, or are we human, or are we ancestral technology? What are we? I say just say spiritual being. To be honest, you could say spiritual being. If you want to say human, sure. The spiritual being thing, and obviously God's computational algorithm of the universe, that's going to be a mystery to us, So I can't act like I'm sitting here. No, that I know 100%. I know that we also know as humans, we grew up saying, you pushed the wrong button. You pushed the wrong, you pushed the wrong button. So I mean, you grew up saying that to one another. So I guess I don't know. Shit. And I don't really care. I don't think it's important. I think that we have spirits in our human bodies. We know that we're experiencing consciousness as individuals. We know that the algorithms and dimensions are programmed based on certain fractal points of light and angles and certain resonance. And mathematics, right? Mathematics is a universal language. One of the is called sacred geometry. Music is a universal language. And then music also has like certain cadences and resonance and octaves, and music is very important. And so, and then even rhythm, correspondence, all those things. And so it has to do with that. But when we say Java, Hava, it means life, like living one. They can certainly mean God gives breathe ruha, breath into man, and it animated him. There's you animated with life. Hava, there's sound, in the beginning, what's the word? The word was God. When that sound. Where's God? What's that verse in Genesis? Verse in Genesis about Genesis about sound. Let's go. God breathes a breath of life, and it is, sound, mass, energy, and light. Let there be light, and there was light. Okay, and so light is obviously operating at a certain frequency as well. Bang, sound. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. So yeah, the sound is important, and so you see, have a living one, life. And it's a feminine name relating to Eve, Hava. to exist, to be. And so that's Hava. And then you have Chava is Eve. But even, we see you guys, may be engineers, computer engineers, programmers that know how to code object-oriented languages, JavaScript, C++, what is it? Python. It's right in front of you, Python. Somebody's teaching you guys, somebody's giving these sort of information out. And so you see that in front of you. So in Swaha, in Sanskrit, it believe it or not, it's somebody that of the bloodline that that clearly created their own IPU. This is similar. That's why Summerall said he had to learn from the person who messed everything up, which we know who the being was, and I learned it from them too. And then I also learned from Creator God of the Universe, as far as getting some of the correct versions, because it wasn't a bad thing. They're not like in trouble because they did it. It was to protect the bloodline. So it's not a big deal, because again, if somebody's hunting you and trying to steal what you got, steal your light, and drain you of your energy, then you have to protect yourself. It is what the fuck it is. And so that's what that looks like. Now let's go back here. We're going to play some of the women too, but I want you to see. I just want to play just a little bit. One more time.
Nas on the track.
Nas on the track. He said, there's that Nazarene energy again, knowing that Yeshua was 125 D and we believe even 125D or both 125D and 33D being, or in the order of servants.
Nas on the track.
So now this one he's definitely Commission all day. Now, obviously the bloodlines are mixed, but I'm saying like you could feel the science. You could feel the science that comes through their body just from the way they dance, and then they actually send each other codes like, "Well, I'm Hebrew, I'm a comedian," but they still see each other as brothers because, to be honest, they most likely understand the same science, literally understand the same. Like we talk about, like the scene where in the Prince of Egypt, we say, "You're playing with the big boys now," and they say Seket, Sokar, Selket, Anubis, Ra, and then Moses shows his staff. They both turn to snakes. Did you notice the staff turned to snakes, and then Hoy, they turn their staffs into snakes. Come on, it's right in front of you. It's literally right in front of you. And they keep calling each other brothers. They had a rift. It was a disagreement about something, like, okay, you can't slave those people, because when we originally learned this knowledge in science, we were using magnetic levitation. We didn't have to, we didn't have to, you didn't slave another Naga, the bloodliners like that, especially a group. That's crazy. But that's when Egypt started to fall. And actually with Ramesses, they were considered a war god. They were constantly fighting the Ramesses dynasty. You can study that yourself. Unfortunately, Egypt fell shortly after. But the timelines are maybe a little, you'd be thinking like, okay, well, the timelines is 6,000 years ago. That's all coded for a reason too. So let's look at someone from more of the Commission school of thought and the way they dance as far as this little competition. It's so obvious because it's the way the move is, like, it's so cool to watch too. It's like, what in the world? It's what now, dude? I just want to watch it. I'm not gonna talk. I'm just playing. I promise. the feet start moving like a snake again. Right, that part. Feet are moving like snakes. Play that sound again. Remember to keep that sound. It deals with the Jacob son's tongue. That part with that, whatever that sound is, I'm telling you, I heard that shit. Like that's why I went and looked for the clip again because I said, "Hold up, I heard that," but it was so motherfucking loud though. This was not this what he doing this. We talking about it was like it was crazy, and I said, "Okay, the earth done went at a higher octave." It woke me right out my motherfucking sleep too.
Eyes on the track, on the track.
Okay, now we're gonna show you the girls' version of the Jacob son's tongue. Now, obviously, you see Shantae Moore. The last name, her last name is literally Moore. And she didn't get her shake. Everybody knows Shantae Moore is extremely talented. Like, there's no person, come on, everybody knows she's extremely talented. And honestly, didn't get the shake she deserved. If you decide not to go through that door, the opportunities, even if you deserve them, even if you obviously sing exceptionally well, she focused on other things. And I think she still continued to sing. It's just that I feel like she just didn't get her fair due in terms of the level of talent that she has and the light, the brightness, the star that she is naturally. That's just how the industry does. But Shantae Moore, when you look at even the name Shanti, Conti, the CH, how do you pronounce it? It's not but knock. It's a guttural Shanti. She pronounces it Shantae, obviously. More, that's fine. I'm not trying to read. I'm not saying I'm not saying that. Oh, the correct pronunciation. I'm not doing that. I'm just simply, look at if you look at a variation, it'd be like Nakhti more like the way even the ch could kind of turn to the k but it's Shantae more. Shantae. I wonder what her genealogy is. I got a feeling that Shantae, was that French or something? Like, what's the pronunciation? I'm pretty sure because again, they're about the Knights Templar and Saint Bernard and some of the Sephardic Hebrews. And maybe she doesn't identify as that. I'm not saying that she does, but I just find it interesting to have that last name more, and then the way the pronunciation, the spelling of her name, and not so much the pronunciation, but the spelling is interesting to me. But nonetheless, when we talk about Jacob's son's tongue in terms of like how it's activated in a woman and how you can tell, that when they were my premise is that I find it odd that it is being published that the Jacob son's organ that's in the roof of the mouth is inactive in humans, and that is just not true. That's what I'm saying. And the proof is in the gospel music. The proof is in, like you say, the Clark sisters. The proof is there. But look at the way Shantae Moore sings. So I want to play that again. I want to play that again. And even kind of looks like angel wings in the background. Let's look at it one more time. So you guys get the point. And play the rattlesnake on the road. But oops, I didn't mean to do that. But that's you can see that that energy. It's really fascinating. It has to do with obviously the rhythm. It has to do with it's something there. I'm not saying Black Americans are snakes. I'm saying please be wise and be adults and mature about this topic. It's a spiritual topic. It's an esoteric topic. It's an occult topic. Perhaps a little bit too deep, but our claim in terms of our birthrights and the protection of our birthrights and the protection of air rights, land rights, fights against misclassifications, fights against genocide, fights against people targeting us, fights against racism. These are real things that we're dealing with, and so we have to just remember, especially if you're young and you are special people, extremely special. I mean, you're coded, you're embedded. The signature of God is within, literally in everything. And I'm not saying that this snake is the God, because that the reason why even just up the ruha, the guttural, even at the way that frequency, that sound like electromagnetism, light, whatever that is, and then obviously you have the angelic DNA is what I'm saying. And that's the point you need to take from that, because you have, and if you say, well, that's not biblical, you're teaching us something, all you got to do is look at the 9 choirs of angels and study the seraphim. If you're Commission, study your some of your nethers. If you are into more of the Easter signs, study your Nagas, dragons. Okay, it's right in front of you. And what we're saying is that is clearly a code. Well, let me say code, maybe that's the wrong word. But clearly the part of the historical epigenetics, the ancestral elements within Black Americans. And it's not quite these creatures. Like I said, we show literal dragons, like bigger beings than this, but obviously from that you also get literal snakes on this planet. Which always is a symbol for the divine feminine. As you guys know. And a lot of people don't like snakes. And obviously, the programming it was to get you scared of snakes. Snakes are generally harmless. You can actually walk up on. I mean, they'll let you know. Like even with a cobra, even with the rattlesnake, they'll let you know that they feel uncomfortable. They'll let you know. You could look at that in nature. I remember I came across a copperhead snake. I literally came across a copperhead snake, and copperhead snakes like to play dead. And so I remember at that time, I think it was like almost 10 years ago, I had got some DoorDash and I saw it. I thought it was dead, and I was going to walk up on it. It's something my soul said, if I walk up on this thing, it's not fucking dead. It's going to bite me. And kind of find out they do that on purpose. They'll act like they're dead, you know, and hopefully I think I don't know if they get a pheromone off or something, but something instinctually told me to wait till that motherfucker crossed. I just knew something in my soul it played dead, but something in my soul said, nah, because I was gonna walk right on over it and just go and get my DoorDash. And I waited, and I don't know how I knew that instinctively. And I said, well, let me just wait till this motherfucker cross pass. And it sure did. Because it hurt me and it froze. I suppose. But it just something in my soul, just like that thing, and I did. And I didn't know copperhead snakes do that, but they're poisonous. They're poisonous. And so, people people say copperhead snake. They probably think that I'm talking in code. I'm actually not. I'm literally meaning the actual copperhead snake, not like I'm not talking in a language or a code or anything right now. I'm just objectively saying that the actual species of the actual copperhead snake that it moves on its belly on the ground, they have a poison. I don't know if the bite is fatal or lethal. I don't know. I don't think so. They're native to North America though, and they'll play dead. And if you walk up on it, that's when they get your ass. But they're generally harmless. They don't want to bite, right? They don't want to bite humans at all. Because I would say I just stood still for like 30 seconds and it started to move right into the woods. At that time I was about to say a lot of woods. And so it went right, right on about its business, mind its business, and kept it on moving. And I don't know why, like, because normally, you would think, oh, you're going to be scared. What if it comes back out, But some reason, once I realized that it was on its own path and I saw it go into, its own, habitat where it felt comfortable, I just had no problem walking to go get that DoorDash. I just, crossed over, and that was fascinating. I always remember that because I said, "What kind of fucking snake was that?" Because at the time I didn't know what the species was, and so I Googled snakes native to North America to try to get a sense of what it was. And I said, "Well, what is a snake that plays dead?" And then that's when that came up, copperhead. And I said, "Wow," I was really fascinated. And then I talked with one of the landlords, and she's like, "Oh yeah," she's like, they've been around. She's like, most people grew up seeing them. Not a big deal, um, whew. So what else that I wanted to show? I wanted to kind of get into a little bit of this Sun Ra lecture, I have to say. I want to wrap it up though. How long have I been on here? 3 hours and 25 minutes. Not the worst, but I do want to go to the bathroom. And so let's see what Sun Ra. This is deep. If you guys can get your hands on and understand this with shadows with Sun Ra, that would be good. I'm not breaking that down though. You guys have to figure it out yourself.
Today is the shadow of tomorrow. Today is the present future of yesterday. Yesterday is the shadow of today. The darkness of the past is yesterday. And the light of the past is yesterday. The days of yesterday are all numbered and some. Say the word once. Because once upon a time there was a yesterday. Yesterday belongs to the day. Because the day belongs to the past. The past is yesterday. Today is a preview of tomorrow. But for me, only from a better and happier point of view. A point of view with the thought of a better reality. Yesterday is eternity. The eternity of yesterday is dead. Yesterday is as one. The eternity of one is the eternity of the past. The past is once upon a time. Once upon a time is past. The past is yesterday. Today. The past is yesterday. Today. While we're searching for tomorrow.
The past is the light which was. The wisdom of the past is the light of the past. The light of the future was the light which is to be. The wisdom of the future was the light of the future. See, yesterday belongs to the dead. Tomorrow belongs to the living. The past is certified as a finished product. Anything which is in it is finished. That which is perfect is finished. The perfect man is no exception to the rule. The perfect man of the past is made according to the rule of the past. The rule of the past is the law of injustice and hypocrisy. The revelation of the meaning of the law is revealed through the law itself. The wisdom of the past is the light of the past. The light which is to be. The wisdom of the future. The light of the future casts the shadows of tomorrow.
You could give two people.
Okay. So, for those who actually break down one of the codes, I'll just say this with Yeshua. There was a misunderstanding between the group that the order that Sun Ra was in. I'll just say that. And Yeshua's actual intentions and roles. And again, the Lion of Judah actually figured that out after his death. And then, many times we noticed that a cult group had this concerted effort to like demonize. Well, they were pretty much like we wouldn't understand, it's like that's why you see that the Lion of Judah, you'll see them wearing Yeshua necklaces, not even the cross, but like you'll see them, you'll see certain things. It's because we finally got down to the bottom of what he was trying to teach and realizing that it was just a 125D being, that it was in the beginning of the awakening stages. So it kind of sounded like, just like how I sounded in the Lion of Judah 2022 crash out crazy. And at those times, it was really hard to understand what was going on. And then him thinking, oh, you just go out to teach. I know what that feels like, where some people have the calling to teach, but also, you need training. There has to be protocols and parameters or whatever. And so, when he had that's the beginning stages of his awakening, he's going to teach and, he's going to try to find disciples. He's homeless. He's not following what he's supposed to be doing. He ends up getting targeted by some Roman secret societies, and the Jews obviously had a bug in their ass about him. But the Hebrews don't quite have that same animosity or even hatred. And high-ranking Nagas do not have any animosity at all. It was literally seen as a brother. And so we understood what he was doing, but for whatever reason, it was very offensive what he did. And so they felt like, okay, maybe, if someone's saying they're the son of God, if someone is coming at the way, again, there was always factions of it, you have the Essenes, you have the Gnostics, you had the Nazarenes, you had I think it was called the Mendeans, you had the Macelides, you had all these different factions, some that believed more so in vegetarian, some that believed in celibacy, some that believed in matriarchy, some that wanted to split more into like more of a 50-50 balance, a diarchy. Because most people from the high-ranking Nagas would rarely defect from that. They had the defection came from the 33. That was the biggest one, even still to this day in history. It was the 33% of the fallen angels that came down, and again, in some instances, some defected. Some was like, you know what? I mean, some literally, even we talk about thousands of years ago, was like, fuck this shit. I'm going back. They went through the process of ascending or going to different star systems and, you know, just getting out of whatever experimentations they wanted down here. A lot of them didn't agree with what's going on down here. You got all of that. You do. It's a mixture of that, you know, so it's not just one narrative that we can tell about all of them. And you have some that was visitors before and some that's visitors after, you know. Or came after. We talk about visitors, we talk about the soul and the flesh, consciousness and flesh. So you have all of that. It's a thing. I'm trying to think. Oh, this was the point. Okay, I get it. Yeah, but like the animosity or like to reduce the whole thing of even when I talk about Yeshua to like, oh, you're trying to take us to the church. Oh, you're trying to be religious. Oh, you're trying to force a belief. That's a very childish, stupid way to think of things. I wouldn't be for. I wouldn't. You know, obviously, you know, I wouldn't be for you. You wouldn't be for me. And because that's not what we're talking about. Like, this is something that it is a science that, you know, maybe perhaps even those within the tribe is still seeking to understand, even such as myself. Okay. But like even the term ghost spell, like people really think that, okay, y'all, the gospel means y'all went around and yeah, the disciples reverse engineered some things, but they were betrayers of Jesus. All of them betrayed him at the end. Like, so what do you think? Like, did nobody tell nobody to go start did nobody tell Constantine to start no damn religion? The Roman emperor Constantine to start. Nobody asked him for that. Did Jesus ask him for that? Like, what are you blaming him for what Constantine did? You know, or for what King James did? Like, what the fuck are we doing here? The science is a science for a reason. A lot of it's in parables, but it's only for, you know, line of Judah. For the most part, perhaps, you know, people say, and he did give the technicality to humans. I'm not saying that he didn't. I'm saying it was something that he was trying to get out there to humans, but not in some proselytizing evangel. It wasn't supposed to be that, but what the disciples were supposed to do is create their own IPU. They didn't do that. They merely made it into a cult, you know. And when you say go spell, it's about God's word. Okay, what is your IBU? What is the sciences that you create through the process of your ascension process in terms of elevating consciousness within the universe? And it must always be that way. Say if you find a couple people that like what you're doing and they want to learn about it, and you guys form a group and whatever, and you guys stick with each other like the Gnostics did, fine. But and that higher levels of that bloodline, no one just sits and be like, okay, we're going to be Gnostic for the rest of our life. That's like the level of a teenager, because it's a mystery science that you're going through. And so, yes, Yeshua knows Gnosticism. Like, who doesn't in that bloodline? But you think he stopped right there? Like, you think he doesn't know Commission science? You think, you know, if we're talking about just, it's not just him. I'm saying like the entire bloodline will go through that process of understanding different sciences, comparison, because this is a very studious, you know, and so it's fun, you know, to learn those things. It's fun to understand other people's IPUs, other people's, when we talk IPUs, we're talking about idle parallel universes, the way they understand consciousness, the way they grow, what was their process, what kind of koans do they know, what kind of parables do they know, what did you create? Like, it's like, what did you create? Like, I created the Nakhti philosophy, you know. And God says, well, you know, I was trying to undo social engineering and mind control programming, you know, and help other people get through that process. And then also undo my own fragmentation, my own soul fragmentation, undo my own stuff for myself. Okay, what kind of things are I consider inauspicious? What kind of things I consider auspicious? How do I reorient all of that? What do I want to transmute? What do I want to integrate? What do I want to get rid of? How do I do that? What is the process? What is the actual snapshots of states of consciousness within? Like, how do you know, methodically study the process of meditation inside your fucking head? And so I did that. I'm kind of past it. I still love what I created. You know, I still stand on it. I can totally explain it. You know, it was really trying to get that snapshot of consciousness to consider what is auspicious, what is inauspicious within that, to get the understanding, and then what is that desirable state, so to speak. Do you know, sometimes God reminds me, like, follow your You follow your own shit, dude. How do you transmute it? Go through, do your Gisa Mama meditations. You know, but that's the IPU. You're gonna have moments in time where beings come and give information and try to help people, but people don't have to accept the help, of course. You're gonna have moments where, you know, my thing is if I don't think I was aware of the states of what was really going on this planet. I admit that I still don't fully grasp what the heck is going on. In terms of the system and the way it works and the way it's set up and how it's affecting people and how it's affecting people's lives in controlling ways. Now, obviously, we know, you know, we know what fascism looks like. We know what authoritarianism looks like. I'm not talking about like from a governmental level. I'm talking about even from a spiritual level. Like I'm uncovering that, and even how religions and all these things, you know, like the social engineering um aspect, I would say is problematic because it leads to mind control. It leads, and I don't understand the obsession with wanting to control another person. They want to fight with another person, want to compete. I don't understand that. I don't get that. I understand like a friendly competition, like we watched that skating. Obviously, that's dope, you know. You know, sometimes you know that the gospel singers would be trying to outrun each other, you know, something like that. Okay, but like the way that is being set up, you know, where people would literally take each other out just for money or deceive one another, mother and father, you know, sister and brother, child, and you know, all these things like that. I don't get. I have to say that's the level of like depravity where I'm like, I don't want to get it. I actually don't want to enter into the consciousness of that frequency. Even though I can sense people always trying to pull me into that. You know, especially with spiritual teachers, everybody is in competition with each other. I don't think like that. I'm building my own IPU, minding my business. I'm learning from the greats. You know, I get a chance to actually commune with Sun Ra, because Sun Ra, he deals with cases of what I've dealt with. You know, as far as like when people put hard, heavy spirits on someone, even as a child. You know, government, you know, trying to get a hold of stuff. You know, there's people on this planet that are and spirit guides and whatnot that are well versed in like how to get bring people back from possessions or get spirits off of someone or make sure that your brain don't fucking explode and stuff. He's not the only one, but I thank God for that because you know that's some heavy stuff. You know, it's heavy. And then he also somewhere also told me he was like, "You telling the story of Shiva? You telling the story of Kalima? Telling the story of Lucifer, even telling the story of Yeshua. And all those beings are attached to you. And for some reason, you know, you are able to tell a motherfucking story. Well, what the fuck is your story? Jenny and none. Change Jenny and Stanley. You like the author name Kali J.N.S, fine. But I remember he was telling me, he said, okay, that's their story. You talking about Kali Ma and Shiva and the shit they got involved in with Atlantis. And he was very much, he confirmed. He said, I know that the beings is talking through you. I know. I don't doubt it 100%. I don't doubt it at all. But he said, okay, we can take them, control that shit or get rid of it and talk about Jenny's story. We were 5 years old when you know, your time at Hush taking time. And I think I did that, you know, I have done that. But he's talking about like being able to, I guess, control it better. So where I can continue to really focus on some of the things I'm going to do here as Jenny and like keeping that centered, focused, like soul retrieval, you know. And so I thanked him for that, you know. And that science can really take a toll on, especially that's why I do want to say, like, if you know that you're not a part of Lion of Judah, if you know that you're not a part of Nagas or high, you know, like someone that has a royal priestess bloodline or priest bloodline, a royal priesthood. I just don't recommend trying to touch that stuff and trying to study what someone else is doing or stalk them, cyber stalk them, acting like y'all don't know who I am and all that shit. I just don't recommend that. I don't recommend trying to copy and trying to learn what decode what someone's language is doing or how they do that. And again, that's why the Moors that's why they mixed everything up on purpose and put it out there because they knew that's why because they knew it was being stalked and watched and shit. And it's like, just let these motherfuckers just curse themselves or go crazy or and at the worst, you got, there's even another group of people, some of the white folks, they would get your ass in a slave contract. They'll put that Babylonian Luciferian contract magic on your ass, and you real fucked up in the game. Because a lot of times people, oh, you want to compete with somebody, you want fame, you want this, you want fortune, and and again, I don't think objectively that there's anything even wrong with wanting money or even wanting glamour or whatever. I just think the way people go about it, I don't agree with going at the expense of others. I don't think like fixating on someone else to want to harvest them and all this crazy shit. I don't understand that. I don't understand that concept. I don't. I think being inspired by people, looking at someone being inspired, like I was really inspired by James Brown, Michael Jackson's feet. I'm lucky. I was actually trying. I'm like, how the fuck are they moving their feet so fast like that, like a rattlesnake? I think it's extremely, extremely inspirational. I'm like, that is freaking fascinating. I mean, you would not believe how many times I have watched them feats because I'm like, I'm trying to learn that. I am. Because I think it is a sign of extremely high activated Jacobson's organ. If nothing else, like that level of coordination, like, and I'm telling you that since I had to remove some of the clips out of the video, it didn't even do it justice. I'm telling you, it didn't do it justice because some of the parts were mixed up because I had to remove some of the copyright stuff. But let's play this. This is Sunrise Lecture. I think I'm talking about.
Constructors of a building the same materials and want them to build a house. And they're going by the way that the architects have that blueprint. You have to have a blueprint. And here's a person come on this planet, a little baby. Now, person is just.
I love the way he said it, a little baby. A little baby.
To build a house. And they're going by the way that the architects have that blueprint. You have to have a blueprint. And here's a person come on this planet, a little baby. Now, person is just like a house. They begin to be built. They come up from a small zone up, and they're growing, but it's a blueprint for them. So somebody set the blueprint for them. And just like this country, it had a blueprint set. And it's published in England. England has a lot of books that you can't get in America. France too, Germany too. The wisdom is scattered all over the world. The Chinese have some, the Japanese got some. Everyone has part of the wisdom. Therefore, unless you can go to every country and read every book, you'll never know anything. Unless someone comes that's sent by the one who messed all the books up anyway and was taught by them, which I was taught by the one who messed the books up. So therefore, all I have to do is get a book, and I look in there, and what I already know.
I ain't gonna hold you. I was taught by the one that messed the books up too, and Creator Guide, and a bunch of other spirit guides.
No, it's in there. The only reason I'm doing that because I don't want people to think that I'm talking. I want to be a ruler on this planet or anything. I want to be a God or anything because God made people, and I'd be ashamed to say I made them. So they can't get the opinion that said I'm God because it embarrassed me a lot. I don't like to get embarrassed. Now
I ain't make them either. They ain't gonna put that on me as Jenny and none. Hell no, I ain't make them either.
Book called Ark of Bones by Hank Dumas. Now Hank Dumas was one of the most unique writers.
Collie didn't make them either. For those who thinking that Collie might make them, nope.
That America's ever produced. And he was supposedly killed by a policeman. He'd done a lot of things for black people. He'd done a lot of things for this country. He went to the army, and he was teaching a government experimental school. So when you have a country like that, where someone who really is doing something worthwhile, and they get shot down by a policeman or by anybody, it's really ridiculous. It doesn't make sense for someone who's irreplaceable like him. Nobody like him ever existed in the white or black race to have to meet that kind of fate and be cut off so soon. Because so you see, you have a lot of things come to people and they don't protect things. I told you that the Bible said man is filthy and abominable. That's one of his definitions. So when you go out and you look at the skid row, you see men down on the bottom and they're filthy and abominable, you can see that they're just fulfilling the Bible. And in the city you go in, you can find some men that's filthy and abominable all over the world. Well, they're busy being man, the definition of it. Everyone have their part to play in the Bible. So it's not a matter they want to be like that. But then I started thinking, well, since that book is all over the world, that if there is a God and the book doesn't represent him, why doesn't he stop it? And I began to wonder about it. So well, maybe this book is very cleverly written in an ignorant manner to fool people. It would definitely fool intellectuals. If it wasn't logical, they would get the book and say, this isn't anything. But so I took a red pencil and marked through the book, just like I would any other book. Right. That's the enemy. So then you have to find out what is that. Now, death was a very strange thing because just before I came here, there's a friend of mine in Philadelphia that died 3 times, officially died in the hospital. Each time, one time they took his heart out, massaged it, brought him back. Next time they stuck needles in his heart and brought him back. And he came back 3 times. It might seem a long ways from music, but along with education in schools, I was also educated by the creator of the universe, which is not everybody possibly not supposed to believe that. It makes no difference to me. Nevertheless, I know a lot.
Same, it'll make no difference to me because that's who I was learning from too.
A lot of things that people don't know, and no man taught me. Neither a white man nor a black man taught me these things. I thought they already knew. But then I came to find out they don't know. Time. They said time passed away. A person passed away. Now see, so they're over in the same equation. Now this X equal time, T-I-M-E. And X equal Christ. You can prove that by Christmas because they say Xmas. So now you got a case where time and Christ, this X means time, X means Christ. So then you have to watch it when you jump over that X. Now X also means unknown. They use an algebra and other for the unknown quality. You notice this Christ is speaking in parables. Now, if you come to teach somebody, if I came up here and I talked to you on in parables, you wouldn't understand anything because you might catch a little light, but it would be better if, just like I'm doing this, I'm showing you what it is. That's what a teacher's supposed to do. If someone comes and teaching you in parables, it means they don't really want you to know. And it's stated like that. Well, it's given to you to know, but the rest of them know. So then something was being set up for humanity that was over into a mystery. You're supposed to be intelligent, so you need some equations. You can read all kind of books with all kind of theories. Like I got some books here from India and other places, and Tibet and all that. And this book here, all these are good books, but they're not doing like I'm doing. They don't have any equations. So I really can't respect anybody can write a book, or they can go out and they can research and get a little bit from this book.
I understand that teaching. I think it's a very powerful teaching, and I utilize it too. That's how I get to assess the criteria and the framework of other people's IPUs or even some of the ideologies or thought processing. That's how you can sift through psyops. You can find out your frauds, your cult, your grifters through the equations. If them equations don't add up based on set of actions, the evidence, the who does it serve, and what is the evidentialism of it, then you have some problems, and even the math itself, the etymologies, all those things, believe it or not, become extremely important.
A little bit from this book, and you think they're very learned and they don't know anything. But when they come up with some equations, you have to start judging men by equations, because there are so many voices in the world that it's very difficult to tell who's telling the truth. But even if they're telling the truth, if it doesn't benefit you, you don't need it anyway. I'm telling you, you'd better wake up. It's all kind of beings on this planet with you walking around. You got angels and demons and all kind of things that I can't even find a name for walking around right with you. So you can't tell like you take in Philadelphia. In New York itself, one night, about 1,000 tombstones were knocked over. huge tombstones. Now, they didn't find any tracks, no automobile tracks, nothing. Now, what happened in that cemetery? Now, in Philadelphia, the same thing happened. Now, they turned over about 200 tombstones. They said the teenagers did it, and they brushed it on out, but no one saw any teenagers in the cemetery or anything, but they said, well, they had to do it. Now, it's no telling how many other cemeteries that something comes and knock over the tombstone. What happened? Did the people get up? Well, something happened. So now they didn't put that in the paper wherever that should have been headlines. 1,000 tombstones. Of course, the New York papers did have it in there, but the other papers didn't mention it. And as I told you, in Philadelphia, they played it down. Now it happened in New Jersey too. Some tombstones were knocked over the same way. So now you got all kind of things happening on this planet. Black people have been singing a long time about in that great getting up morning, fare thee well, fare thee well. And where shall I be when the first trumpet sound? Now here you got something that they weren't just singing idly. They said the first trumpet gonna sound so loud. Now you're talking about the sound. It's gonna wake up the dead. But now you have to watch that word wait too. You've been surrounded by words. Now here you said now somebody wake up. That means like they supposed to arise. But at the same time, here you got some black folks going to awake. And they say, I'm going to awake. Now if you put it together, they say, I'm going to awake. That's the awakening over there when somebody's dead. Now here's another word. Now you hear people talk about sound minds, showing you how important sound is. Sound minds, sound bodies, sound doctrine. Sound so loud, wake up the dead. Now you got this word sound in there, which comes down to vibrations and music. Once I told a friend of mine about sound. It hadn't been a matter of guns alone. It's been a matter of...
Remember what we just talked about with sound? So that's very important. Like even the sound of the way a dance move is and how you capture that. And there's there's mathematics in dance too. I don't know that. And it's, even they show you the 8 count and all that shit. You gotta understand, something, the sound thing is important. Let me see what else he's saying.
Wisdom, and these people knew things. Now, it's not a matter that it was bad that they knew it. They just was using something that they felt black folks was their enemy, so they used anything, all fair and love and war. So anything they could find to use against a black man, they'd use it. If he wasn't aware of the fact, then, after all, the books are in the library, and that's where they learn out the books. So they think, well, the books are there, why don't he go and learn something? But while he going around thinking of things from a materialistic point of view and not think of psychic things, making a great mistake. Because you take like the war between Germany and England was decided by some psychic people. Unless you have a master strategist or something to actually be on a spiritual guide, you are never going to be the equal of the white race because they are very adept at black magic and other kind of stuff. Besides that, when they speak of cosmic consciousness and all that, they talk about waking their mind some more where they can get some more stuff for you because they can go over into some of the God's territory, and a lot of them speak about seeing God. They can go over into the devil's territory and ask them, what else do you have that I can do to the black man? You see, and while he's sitting up being a big dummy, trying earth things, these folks are using everything. But of course, they did run across something which they have been warning each other, don't bother with that. It's too dangerous.
I'm pretty much talking about our stuff. And that don't mean people, that's what I'm saying. Like when people are stalking us, stalking me and watching and stealing my invention and repository intelligence, and the consequences from doing that. We were kind of like, I would never have done that purposely had I known, what I've known now. Like obviously that was in 2018, 2019. As far as like the capstone I submitted to Columbia University, at that particular invention. There's no way I would have just been sitting here. I would have if I had known as far as about the line of Judah and Hebrew bloodline and even the science and all those things, I probably would have come up with an invention that was much more different. or a variation of it, or would have. That probably, yeah, but it would have been a lot different because as far as even the environments and the people that are like plotting on you, you can't even if you know that, I would have definitely just gave something that was, much more watered down, if not totally completely different. I'm not saying that the AI stuff is bad. I'm just saying like the people that they're trying to put, they don't have the it requires an extreme amount of responsibility, integrity, and intelligence to mediate that out, to disseminate that out to humanity. And that invention was stolen from my capstone, that I submitted to Columbia University as part of my thesis. And I just the people that I know are trying, there's just technocracy. It's just, especially when trying to use AI and for government, for every little thing, for music, for art. Like, I just don't agree with that. Like, I think humans should still be doing those things, or developing the skill set to do it. Developing the skill set, like even with me, like I'm gonna be, I can sing, I'm gonna be doing some music, myself, spiritual music. Like, I'm gonna do some spiritual songs, and just, it's gonna be very makeshift, like just take a beat, because I got some songs and spiritual sounds that I say in my head, that I've been asked years ago by God to make some songs with it, to sing it, the some of the sounds that were given to me, to sing it like mantras, and just put it on a YouTube channel, spiritual songs. And so I want to get into that. I've been asked to do that a minute ago, about a year or two ago, and I said I was going to get to it. But see, I don't know how to make beats, and I don't know what to, But I wouldn't use AI to make a beat. That's just me. I don't like the terms of service. It's something about that. I could see if there's something like online where you can probably make something yourself, but just having the AI do, I'm telling you, I just don't like that. I don't think it should be used to make no music. Do you know how powerful music is? You know how beautiful music is? Like, if someone can play instruments they sell, Prince played 22 instruments. Even a DJ, how they use all them little, press all them little buttons. Like, that's a craft. It's an art. It's a gift from God. And for somebody to just want to just go and just, oh, let me just use AI, like, and have them make the beat that sounds like Jay Dilla, have them make the beat that sounds like Michael Jackson, I think it's abhorrent. So it's sacrilege. And to know that people are watching my tribe and watching my people and watching me, just to steal and study our natural gifts. I can naturally sing. I can naturally dance. I can naturally write. I can naturally invent. I'm a natural technologist. Like, and I'm not the only person. You study my people. We're tend to be extremely gifted. And just to see like people plotting on us and they want to steal my fucking invention and then create some AI shit, just like, okay, I don't got it naturally, so I'll just use the AI. The fuck are you doing? There's no soul in it. Yeah, I don't know. Like, I think that music is sacred. Any type of, a lot of types of music. I understand its frequency. You got some high shit, low frequency shit. People attach entities to their music. All that. I get it. But it's like, when people you take that crap so serious, and like Michael Jackson, you listen to some of the songs, and it moves you. Spiritual songs, some of the Sanskrit music and stuff, gospel music. It's a crack that goes into it. Like, you have to, people have an ear for that. You ever saw that This Is It documentary of Michael Jackson, and how he could hear, like, I'll never forget when the dude just played the wrong, like, like, it's like the ear for that. Even when Sun Ra was like, in a dreadful noise, I think, when he was like trying to tune the dude's ear to music, and like, leave off that and give me the G, give it, like, that's skilled. Develop that. Like, don't just use AI for that. Like, I don't like that. And with me, I don't know how to do, any types of mixing, music engineering, none of that. And I admit that. If they have something online where I can play with some buttons, as long as it's not, like, I want to be able to, okay, how do I press the drum? How do I add this? Even if it's electronic, I'm okay with that. Or I'll buy a keyboard. I remember I went to Second Temple church, they had a piano in one of the rooms, and I would play that. And I remember knowing how to play that naturally. I remember a girl was like, how did you take piano lessons? You trained on that? And I remember she was shocked, because she was like, I didn't know you played the piano. I don't. I said, I'm gonna get me a fucking keyboard. I said, I'm gonna get me a keyboard or something and learn actual sheet music. Try to because I know I can play it naturally. With I know I can. I know I can. Because I used to do it as a kid. I used to do that shit all like it was nothing. Playing that. Ooh, 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 ooh. But I would like to learn sheet music and then maybe understand some of those buttons and stuff, and I would like to try to see maybe they have a mixer online where a person can do some things with some cool things by themselves. But I wouldn't want to just say, give me a beat that sounds like, and then they turn it out or something. Or I don't know how that shit works. Something about that just don't feel good to me. That's just me. I like artists that can just produce. You had the J Dillas and and that's special. That's special when people take the time to develop a skill over time. And so with me, I don't have any interest in the music industry. But I have interest in singing. I have interest in trying to say, okay, well, how do I get a beat? And maybe I'll play around on the piano and find a beat, or maybe add what I can play on the keyboard, and then add it to maybe something, maybe some mixer or something I can find online or something. But I want to put a little effort in it. I want to put some effort in it. I know how to write. I know how to sing, and so I want to get some of them spiritual songs out. I was singing SWV, Use Your Heart. You would probably think, oh, you sing it to. I was singing to the Great Mother. I singing like when I say Great Mother, it's kind of like that's the title, but like the title and that comes from '99 that I also was given, but like the earth. And then that primordial, like Kali Ma itself, I was singing and I was singing and I was crying and stuff because it's like this feeling a pain. They in so like the Mother Earth, Gaia, so so much pain. Like something they in so much pain. And I felt that and I was singing to her. Use your heart and not your mind. Like I'm thinking so much, use your heart. Not even that. I just wanted to sing to her, you have a daughter that loves you. Is not going to abuse, they don't want to abuse you. They don't want to abuse her, and so, um, you know, singing to that archetype and even to myself, so to speak, is important. Singing to myself and singing to myself, and um it's deep, I'll say that it's deep, but the seeing like even if the archetype is an aspect of myself, right? That's just an aspect of your subconscious mind. Okay, even if that's so, that it is a lot of healing to do around that because Kalima is totally into this and some pain, and so is the planet, the planet Earth, and so I do ask people to send good vibes to Mother Gaia, to the planet. Send good vibes. Hug a tree, touch a tree, and say its trees are beautiful. I'm a homebody, and sometimes I don't like to go outside. It's mainly because I know I say some wild things, and I suspect that I need to get out more. I admit that. Um, but I would say, when I do sit out, and look at them trees, I do tell those trees, even from a distance, and they listen to everything I say. But I definitely make it my mission and business to tell them how beautiful they are, how worthy those trees are. How you're looking amazing, sitting in good energy. And then I ask, can I get a dance? And I move the leaves left, I move the leaves right, and get a dance. And it's funny because the leaves literally be, but I make sure like um to tell the trees, wow, look at those leaves, you're so tall, you're so beautiful. Like, it's something simple like that. It's sending a good energy to the trees, to the bushes, the flowers, even the birds be out there singing they motherfucking ass off. I'll be saying and give do it faster. I'm just playing. you know. Um quite some is needed at this time. And I'm telling you, we went on a higher octave, and so I think that maybe I don't know if it was because the singing of the SWV, and because I know I was literally like singing to God, like like you shine. But I wonder, it could have been that. Um, but I wonder, what was that about this morning? You know, And I do think that we went to a higher octave at least on planet Earth, so that's good. But even blessing the water, if you go into your rivers, some people go to the oceans and the beaches and stuff, and blessing the rivers and the waters and all that. That helps heal the planet, and then and say hi to your neighbor, and that's something I got to work on. But you have to say hi to I'm friendly, generally in person I'm friendly. If I get a bad vibe, I won't fuck with you. If I could sense some bullshit, I'll totally ignore, totally. But I don't walk around, seeking to be rude to people. Though I know I could be a hothead and be rude. Um, it's just online mainly. But I have to say, like, you know, my base energy seeks, to I would like, and I know that humanity is going through some issues, like rediscovering, like, there's a lot of things against us, like, what is it, these phenomenons, people don't want to be friendly anymore. We don't trust each other. There's a lot of deception. People found out they're getting deceived by family members. People found out, people's are narcissists, their spouses, their husbands, their wives and stuff, and their cousins, their child, and so it's a lot going on with humanity's connection with one another. And that COVID, I think, in many ways played a big role in that. COVID um totally messed people up. The 6 feet apart staring in your house, you can't see your spouse, all these crazy shit. And that was all a hoax and stuff. And like that was a social engineering, a ritual, wear the mask, don't talk, all this crazy shit. And I haven't fully recovered from that pandemic, I have to say, in terms of the the fear that it produced, but also like the isolation, in terms of like, with me, I've always been an introvert anyways, and I enjoy my own company, and I enjoy, reading books and learning from other people, whether the books are online, and I enjoy simple stuff, and so I enjoy technology and stuff like that. So I don't think it really bothered me, but it also put me in a bad habit, like habitual habit of that isolation. And so, and I think in many ways it could be a good thing, and but sometimes this is a little excessive, I have to say. But the pandemic put everybody in isolation when you think about it. You had to be 6 feet apart, you had to be, and so I don't think humanity quite, from my assessment, I have to say, I don't think humanity quite is recovered from that. And I think in many ways, uncovering the way that our government has been dicking us around, the bait and switch, the Jedi mind tricks, they don't really care about, either party don't really care about humanity. We're not getting anything out of our government. They want to raise taxes. The economy is doing all these things. I think in many ways, it's also dampering the connection or the healing process from the pandemic or the pandemic. You know, I think that's something that we have to consciously, as people who whoever is it also affected, for us to say we have to develop trust within ourselves, but in trust and discernment, trust with one another, that we can develop good, wholesome friendships and relationships and partnerships and businesses with one another, and even community. I have to do that, and I think that's one of the reasons why that keeps people inside, that keeps people online, it keeps people from not connecting with people, is because I don't think we're trusting of one another, and possibly even trusting of ourselves. Because in many ways, we've been bamboozled. You had a narcissistic family member that was taking, you found out they were giving you they were fucking you over behind your back and all this stuff. That makes you feel like, well, how can I see that? I can't you even trust yourself? Can you even trust your judgment? And then that also is a feedback loop with when you interact with people. And it's a process to heal from that. Absolutely. Absolutely. And so, let's just pray for our continual, and not pray, but let's definitely self-actualize into our highest forms of comfort and the ways in which that comfort and those modalities heal us. For some people it's dancing, some people it's singing, some people it's meditation, it's drawing, it's art, it's reading a book, it's talking shit online like me. I do a combination of all those things on some level, sports, sitting outside, whatever, whatever it is. Let me finish playing some rock.
So therefore, until you have the sort of planet where it's up under the jurisdiction of the creator of the universe, you're never going to have real brotherhood, or you're never going to have peace, which people talk about, because nations don't trust one another. You take like the white man, he doesn't really trust anybody black. And some black people probably do trust white people. I've seen a lot of them that do. But they don't be trusting black people. They always be watching them. And they don't trust nothing. They don't even trust each other because they know that man reach a certain point and he be doing some things there that you can't trust him. Sometimes a man will just break. Like I heard about some pilots. They drive a certain length of time, be going across that international date line. They keep on going back and forth over it. And there's no line there, anything, but just the vibrations. They keep on going and something happened to them. They die earlier than other pilots that just stay away from going across that date line. So when you got something like that happening, where vibration can actually be affecting the man when he's changing these times, and I mean, he's not even aware of it most of the time. It doesn't make any difference. Nature takes its toll anyway. Sun Ra, myth scientist, you see.
You hear that? Nature takes its toll anyways, like literal toll payment.
You haven't had one of those before, so that's something. But this is a nice article to read about what is being said. Now, you got where the Germans gave a tremendous write-up for me. Then, now you got another thing. Now, this is England. A space warning from Sun Ra to the planet Earth. Now, I'm saying they need help on this planet because of the fact that superior folks have turned the equations around on them and set them in a direction which is not good for them. Every man ought to be intelligent enough to see that all these bad things that are happening to humanity are not accidentally. Now, all these signs of nature keep on warning man. You're going to tell me that he's going to sleep through all of that? What would people do if an army of bees attacked them intelligently and directly? If they keep on being out of order with nature, then the other insects and birds will get out of order too. Something can rain down from the skies and kill everybody on this planet, and there won't be anything they can do about it. Nothing whatsoever. If fire rained down from heaven, there won't be any kind of defense. If the water rolls up on this planet over all the land, there won't be any kind of defense whatsoever. Every now and then, nature throws out these warnings, like the birds who flew into one of the tallest buildings in New York. 1,000 of them flew into that building and fell down to the ground. Now, you know that birds are not supposed to do that. They're supposed to have instinct. In a lot of places, bees are biting people. I have seen several instances when bees have crawled up men's pants legs to bite them. Now, bees are not supposed to do anything like that. Seas got bounds and rivers got bounds. The same thing goes for man. He's not supposed to be rising up above his bounds because if he does, other folks will do the same thing. When I read the history of human beings, I don't see any progress. Everything is standing still, like humanity is on a treadmill, just walking and walking and walking. And the faster they walk, the tighter they get, and the further they are away from getting anywhere. They should see that if you're going somewhere, the scenery changes. But it's still the same old dull scenery and nothing changes. Of all the schools they have and all the philosophy sent to them, it's not supposed to be like that on this planet, but you see it is. So you can't blame the men who came and sacrificed their lives and gave up their time to science and education. These men gave up a lot of things for humanity, and all the
women.
Time they gave up and all the sacrifice they made, sacrificing all their pledges, doing without families, love, and everything for the sake of people. All that time these men gave up was in vain. All the men who went to war, who died for a better world, died in vain. Now, the creator of the universe doesn't like anything like that.
Right. Pay attention to this part because I got the same message from the creator, God of the universe.
And this planet would be penalized far beyond its endurance if it's not careful. Not only will it be penalized, it will be eliminated out of the solar system because it's not serving any
I got that same message in 2023 too.
useful purpose. If a planet gets to that where it's no use to its own self, it can't be any use to the creator of the universe. If people get so they're no use to their own selves, then how can they be of any use to the creator or to anything? Yet it has reached that point, and it is a very dangerous point. Millions and millions of lives are at stake at this point in a way which has never been like this before, because this is another age that people are living in, and the codes are different than in the age that has just gone by. But you see, they're still over in that other age, thinking they can achieve something with the same rules they had. Now, I don't expect people to listen to me. Listen to the voice of nature and tune into the greater nature. I'm not talking about nature on this planet. It's out of tune. Tune into the greater nature of the universe. It's always in tune. Nature is like an instrument. This planet is like an instrument. Instruments get out of tune, and when they do, the best person to tune it is really a master musician. He's got the natural sound and know how it's supposed to sound. If it's just like on a piano, if you got all the G's out of tune, you can arrange the scale and nobody's going to miss that note you took out. You can add 14 notes, or you can do some more down to 5 notes. You can change scales, and so can the creator. He's a musician too, you know. If this planet keeps on being out of tune, he can kick it right out of the orchestra. You've heard about the music of the spheres. That's what it means. Every planet is a sphere, and every planet has got a note. This one is on the note of G right now. Maybe it's not supposed to be G, but it named itself G. Now, that's over in England. They have that in a newspaper called Friends. Now, this note G, you notice everything is based on this 7. You got 7 days in a week. You got 7 notes in the scale, where you start at A and you end on G. Now that makes G the 7. So now you got this 7. Now G is the name of the earth, as I said before. 7. It's over there with the 7th day is a day of rest. So you see, this rest and this 7, because God rested on the 7th day. Now, among black people, you'll find many black men who actually, they really be telling some truths that could help the world. They don't have a lot of education, but they tell some astounding things. Like in Chicago, a black man was out talking to some black people about, and all at once he said, they said that God made the earth in 7 days, and 6 days, and on the 7th day he rested. And he said he did a goddamn thing since. So he said at that time, it really surprised me that someone would say something like that. But I kept on listening to black men who didn't have any education. They kept on talking things that I had to recognize it, because I knew that they weren't saying these things. I knew that something was talking through them. Sometimes the creator of the universe, other beings want to talk to people, and they come to an intellectual, and their mind's so full up with what they know until they won't speak, you see. They might think that people would say that it's ridiculous, and they won't speak. But then
that catches up a lot of people, and I had to break through that, and I did. I get called crazy all the time. I get called ridiculous, all types of stuff. But at this point in this juncture, we'll get to the time and space and the cadence where it needs to go. It's as simple as that. So I tell myself I don't care, but sometimes I do still get a little self-conscious myself. Like, oh, do I want to go there? Do I want to? Maybe I shouldn't say. But man. He right on the money with that.
Every now and then, a voice will come and speak to any man and say, tell the people I said such and such a thing. Now, this man got so much wisdom and everything. He said, I'm not going to do that because I'd be ashamed to tell people that. But you find out that the greatest men that have come along, the prophets, they didn't care nothing about what people thought. You find these men had to go through a lot of shame. A lot of men came up and told the truth, like saying the world was round, got burned up for it. As far as truth is concerned, you've had many men to suffer and to die for the word truth. Now, that's very strange that they would have to do that. If the creator of the universe is just, why would he let people go through all of that? Then I found out there are certain laws on this planet. The creator doesn't really come on the planet or do anything about it as long as the people on the planet don't care anything about themselves. And they want to take all that that's them, because he's not a human being. So he's not going to be imposing his laws and things on human beings, because they won't be able to come up to his standards. But now, like, if some people desire his help, it's just like the United States. If some people on this planet want his help, you can run on and help them. But I mean, they have to realize that the enemy will be completely exterminated, because the creator of the universe.
That's important to understand. Like, if you summon the creator universe like that, which somebody has, and it's been done multiple times, even recently, that's what it means. And that's just because I know that there's at least a African tribe that recently did it, and then there's some group of Black Americans that did it. And so, you know, you conjure up that type of energy, just know what comes with that. And I'm going to rewind that part, because that's very important. It's very important. And I want that to just sit with people and be prepared for that. I'm prepared for it. I'm preparing for it, rather. I've in many ways, you know, we talk about, like, okay, it's one thing to conjure an entity or to earth angel, earth god, primordial god, whatever, water god, whatever. But melanated people are going for the head honcho now. I don't think it's a bad thing at all. It's just that you have to know what that means. If the cadence and the frequency is off, what happens with that? You may not, you may, go to a higher dimension and pass on whatever that means. But Sun Ra is right on that. That was revealed to me too. That Sun Ra is right on that.
You've had many men to suffer and to die for the word truth. Now, that's very strange that they would have to do that. If the creator of the universe is just, why would he let people go through all of that? Then I found out there are certain laws on this planet. The creator doesn't really come on the planet or do anything about it, as long as the people on the planet don't care anything.
That's right.
About themselves. And they want to take all that. That's them, because he's not a human being. So he's not going to be imposing his laws and things on human beings, because they won't be able to come up to his standards. But now, like, if some people desire his help, it's just like the United States. If some people on this planet want his help, you can run on and help them. But I mean, they have to realize that the enemy will be completely exterminated, because
the enemy will be completely exterminated.
The creator of the universe doesn't come on a planet without just conquering it completely. He leaves things to God. This planet has been up under God. Now God has the qualities of forgiving people and having pity on them and all that. But
right.
The creator of the universe comes along, he's going to look for them to be exactly like they're supposed to be, the way he made them. And he found out they aren't. It's just too bad. When you get through with them, they will be like they're supposed to be. So now you're taking Africa. The Africans, they know about the creator of the universe. They got some temples to him that nobody goes in. Now they got these other gods, which they call lesser gods. And they know those gods are not the really one they're supposed to be worshiping, but they call this creator the God of heaven. And they said that he's so mean that he has, you can't, if you don't follow what he's saying, well, just get eliminated or something. So the Africans know about it. They have that little voodoo and different things, but they don't bother with him. And that's
right. A lot of people don't, but for some reason, especially, I guess, there is a tribe that conjured that energy. It's a very beautiful. I mean, he's saying he, but from he, but I was getting it was a female, but it's a love energy, and so for me at least, and so I'm trying to figure out the aspect of I know the aspect of what he's saying is true. It's just I haven't experienced that part of the creator God of the universe. And so, but I do feel what he is saying. I felt it. I know it's there. I know it's there. And it is a very objective energy. It's not, you have some guys that just are disappointed, or they feel like this is different. It's a cause and effect thing. It's not a punishment. Does the equations add up? Is the cause and effect? Okay, why are you telling people that? It's like even like I said yesterday, when I'm like, why are they telling people that their Jacob's son's organ is not useful? A tail is not useful. Your pineal gland is not activated. Like, what the fuck? Like, it's certain things that's happen. That's just is weird. And so you say when he says, creator God comes on a universe, the creator God in the universe comes down, and shit is just not where what it's supposed to be. I myself don't know what the reaction would be, and I don't care to find out. To be honest, but I can imagine it's going to be some sort of reaction. I just don't know like what that looks like.
Particular God that they know about is the one the black people over here was worshiping. But I suppose they wanted to be free. They wanted to be like the rest of the nations where they could be free. And so they're free now. But they
And you have to be careful about that too when you say, okay, we want to be completely free. And that's what melanin people have been doing. But then you could word certain things a certain way, I guess, as it relates to like certain laws and systems. But and I understand the feeling of being free, those things are different. But when people are just like, there is no, they want to just worship the self and be of the self and they are God, then especially if for certain people it's like, okay, you completely remove all of your protection. If you take an oath to something to stay free, to be free and say that you were the God or whatever, then it doesn't get you the equations in the universe get thrown off, believe it or not.
They don't have any protection, you see. Sometimes freedom mean that you be out there free, and it's just like a wild horse out there. Anybody can go out there and take a wild horse.
You can lose your protection, and that's what royal chieftains and guardians of the earth and like a lot of this stuff was protections, even things over Black America. And we're seeing like it being systematically destroyed because they feel like, okay, we want to be free, you want to be sovereign, we want to do this, we want to get rid of these certain earth spirits or whatever these is with these not whatever it is, whatever people feel. Okay, you have to do everything on your own. That's literally what they can mean. Like, okay, fine, but you can't use our shit. You ain't gonna just don't work that way. No. You can't steal my motherfucking inventions and ideas and framework and then lock me out my shit and say you just want to be a freeman. Okay. You'll lose your protection from all of the science that comes with that. And the creator of the universe, if I can't deal with it as J.N.S, then oh yeah, we will conjure that creator God of the universe to deal with it. Because that's injustice. Yeah, you say it's not injustice. That's an imbalance. And if you say I had to have my protection, and I gotta send my prayer after that ass because you're stealing from me. And that's how but that's what that means.
Because he doesn't have an owner, he doesn't have nobody to protect him. Now, when black people were owned by the creator of the universe, they didn't have anything to worry about. But then they substituted the white man for the creator, and he became the owner, and he became the master. And they started calling him master. Some of them called him old master. See? They got over into that thing, calling him the master. And then he called himself Lord. See? You got Lord Calvert. It's got a white man's picture on there, Lord Calvert. Now, a lot of black people like that. Now, you got these landlords. Now, most of the landlords, the ones who are legally the landlords are white people. Because like you take like the government, they want somebody's house, they come and take it. Now people can get out and pick it and do everything they want to do. And the government want that house, want to put a road through it, they come and do just like they did a black man in Philadelphia, they want his house. And the neighbors, they say his house looked too bad, that it spoiled the neighborhood. So it was his house. He bought it and paid for it, didn't know anybody anything. And one day the white people got them a big bulldozer and came and pushed the house down to the ground. They had to run in and get the black man out. And you saw the elderly black man. He was sick. They had to carry him out because they didn't care, because they didn't want his house spoiling the looks of their neighborhood. So they're still trying to get him some money or get him another house. And I understand that's because these people, the white ones really own their land because they took it, you see, and wasn't nobody else to take it back from them. So they made sure they got rid of the ones that owned it, so then they own the land. The only somebody can get the land back from them is the creator of the universe. He better have himself ready because they're not going to give up, They used to having things. So now a greater master than them would have to come along before they're going to turn the black man loose. So somebody come, you take like, if the Russians want to come over and take the black man, they have to fight this country down to the ground because the black man is.
And that's why the creator God of the universe is going to be stepping in, because if they thinking that we about to just bow down, especially what we know, have uncovered about the Lion of Judah and Black Americans, if they thinking we just about to go back in chains or be submissive and act like we don't have a stake in this motherfucking country, like, and I can prove that the more science has been is literally all throughout this motherfucking country. Oh, I'm telling you, people could be all docile and be a slave or make deal, sell their birthright. I'm not doing it. I'm letting Black Americans know that right now. And I will conjure up that creator, God of the universe, and all of the GI, all of the dimensions. I'm just telling you because I just can't see myself doing that. I don't understand what that means, and I'm not trying to, be difficult or anything, or I just don't. I just feel I had said in 2022. I saw some things where we were supposed to be in a position of our own nations and everything, not steal shit. You don't like me, fine. Don't steal my shit though. But even if you guys wanted to do it, it's something that has to be done. And when I see people just selling out our people and lollygag and bullshit, it has frustrated me. It's actually very angry. I have to find peace with that. I have to find inner contentment. But it's nonetheless like I'm like I wish we would if we could just get our island and just do our own little thing, some fertile land. We could build something, get some trees and get a couple motherfucking saws, and obviously not have sanctions on us to work with other countries or whatever. I know we would be good. The island has some export value. Maybe it's certain material, bamboo, coconuts, whatever, certain fruit, whatever, cocoa bean, coffee, something where we could capitalize in a very structured manner, in terms of building some sort of economy. But even then, you don't even have to do it through that either. There's other ways to build things. I just this is just in my mind, but I feel like it's just like it's so many chiefs, not enough Indians, but then a lot of people on demon time, literally. Like it's a lot of self-destruction. There's a lot of jealousy of the leaders, of people that got the gifts. You had to see how Darren Sills had what he had to go through, and Nipsey Hussle what he had to go through. Like people be jealous, and they know that them people got the sauce to build the infrastructure and to help their community, and they just you go take a payment to go take them out. It's stupidity. It's absolute stupidity. And so we in a position at that juncture. It could be a psyop. I don't want to chance it. I wouldn't chance it. Could be a psyop, but we'll see. We'll keep our eyes open.
So he's done a lot of things as far as inventions and all that is concerned. If you take away all the inventions that the black man has given to America, well, you wouldn't have a lot of things. You wouldn't even have this subway they're getting ready to buy. You wouldn't have that because he set up the principles for it with that third rail. He did a lot of things. I mean, the black man did so many things that it's impossible to even conceive that he's such a dummy. But then history proves that he did it. So then if he did all those things in a condition where he didn't have an education, he had to have somebody on his side. He had to create a universe on his side. He said, my Negroes, I said they are mine because my father gave them to me. That's the way the book starts. Proves that he did it. So then if he did all those things in a condition where he didn't have an education, he had to have somebody on his side. He had to create a universe on his side. He said, my Negroes, I said they are mine because my father gave them to me. That's the way the book starts. And he said some of them tell everywhere that they descended from. So that's the Negroes. I said they are mine because my father gave them to me. That's the way the book starts. And he said some of them descended from Egyptians, Nubians. He went on to tell everywhere that they descended from. So that's a very good book to have. It was written by a man who had slaves. He knew all the different types of black people. He also said that he'd like to see a black man who's natural, because if he gets out there by a tree, he looks like he belongs here. And it looks like, well, he's the master and I'm his servant. Now this is a white man talk, said he's natural. And he get out in the woods and I can look at him, I can tell he's just a natural. He can do things I can't do. He can do things that the white race can't do. Now, this is an honest white man telling everything he knew about black people. He's telling everything because he also talked about black women. He said that one case, and it's some black women, he noticed that the black women in the kitchen, they'd be in there cooking.
Or nothing like that, but it just comes, it just comes so fast.
Oh, I know.
You know, but by the time I turn over, it's time to get up and go to work.
Right.
You know, so, but I hope that, you know, that you can,
I do.
You know, I hope you can feel my spirit. So that's what I do. I labor in the word. I labor, and I gain from it. I have it gives an unspeakable advantage. If you labor in it, you have an advantage in this world. You know, in other words, the world won't be able to deceive you so easily.
Right.
Because you'll be able to discern it. You'll be able to discern when temptation is coming your way. You'll know it. You'll feel it. You'll perceive it. God will sharpen your perception. Your perception will become so keen that you'll perceive it before it happens. And God won't let you perceive. You ain't going to perceive nothing less than it's real. If you perceive it, if you perceive something, it's probably real because you wouldn't have perceived it. Say if this person has contempt against me, or something, God's going to show that to you. You're going to perceive it. If a person is criticizing you, that means that person has contempt for you. That's what it means. Or if not, the person wouldn't criticize. That's what it means. And especially if you know that you know that you're in the right, and it's based on the right information. That person is critical of that. That person it's not the information, it's you that they have contempt against.
And that's what I had to realize, like, even with people stealing so much from me, like, they like what I'm doing, but it's like they have such content. But okay, you may not like the delivery or something, but it's like it's a jealousy. And I'm not one of them people that's like, oh, everybody's just, But let's be real. Like, my dad told me that was gonna happen. I just didn't understand what he's saying. It's so fucking ignorant. In 2022, I used to be talking just like talking all types of shit about. I remember I was going on about like some of the Indinker codes and quantum computing. And talking about that to my dad. My dad was looking at me like, and he just looked so sad. And I said, why you looking at that? He said, girl, them people ain't gonna have you too intelligent. Like, them people, I like it, but the world gonna hate you. And like, you don't get it. You don't see, but you don't see the reality of what the world is. You don't see it. And other people know that stuff. I'm not saying other people don't, but I'm saying like, I don't know what that's about. Like, but he did tell me that. He was just like, they gonna do you dirty because they don't like it. He was pretty much his saying was they don't like it. People don't like intelligence. That's what he would say. People don't like intelligence. I think that some people don't like, or maybe most people don't. But I still opted not to play down and just do my own thing. And rock with the people that come through. I just find it crazy how much copying though. Like, and then, like that part, I don't understand. Like, if I just did it, like, I get the content part, but then why don't you just do your thing? Like, I don't get that part, you know, I don't get that part, but that's what they do to a lot of the targeted individuals. Like they'll criticize every little thing, everything you do, every little thing, you can't do. They make it seem like you can't do nothing right, but they be copying your motherfucking ass. Or they know. Like, I've seen some target individuals, they really gifted or they really good looking or something. And it's like you would see an attack and you know it's rooted in jealousy. I've seen it. I've seen it with other women's. I've seen it with men's. You know, some people some people got a valid critique. You can give a valid critique of someone, or you could be even telling the truth of someone, or it could be even a misunderstanding. You know, but when you see a whole system gang up, whole organizations gang up on a motherfucker trying to cover up something, and then acting like they not, something ain't right about that. Something wrong with that. And it's a price to pay for a lot of the behavior. Because it's too much of a deficit. It's not rational. One thing about the universe, even the aspect of God, I do know that it's intelligent and logical. No matter what, them equations always add up with God. That's how I be testing people, especially when people call themselves breaking down some of these religious texts. If that, like, yeah, you can give me some fucking rhetoric or something that make you feel good or whatever, fine. But if that equation, I will not. I know that you pushing the game, you pushing bullshit. It ain't going. You trying to like. That's how you can sift through mind control. If a motherfucker equation don't add up. It's at the very least, you can say, okay, well, we don't know what God is. We don't know who God. We never met God. We ain't got no reason to believe it. Fine, whatever. But I do know whatever that is, it's gonna be motherfucking intelligent and logical. You know? Um, Even if you don't understand it, it may have a mystery. It may feel like entropy. You may not understand it. Like people don't understand dark energy. People don't understand primordial quark and all these things, and quark soup and all that. That's fine. You have to also be okay with the unknown too. You have to be okay with the unknown. You got to know that at the very least, God is intelligent. You got to be okay with the unknown. And God is love. God is love, and it sometimes God is objective in terms of cause and effect. Cause and effect. In order for the right things to happen, you do the right things. You do certain things; these things will happen. I'm understanding that. I'm certainly learning that. But those are very at the very least, God is intelligent, God is love, uh, and God can sometimes be objective. Sometimes, because sometimes, like you said, you got a group of people that's all gonna gang up on one motherfucker, and they all talking about they God, and then you got one motherfucker that's devoted to that creator God of the universe. Oh, you ain't gonna stand a chance. You don't stand a chance. Ain't no amount of witchcraft and conjure up and harvesting and no amount of covens that you ain't gonna get around it. It don't matter what you do. You're dealing with really low frequency. If that's happening to you, and I know it does happen to people, just know you're dealing with some of the most lowest frequency. And God don't mind that you think you're superior to him. I'm gonna let you know that now. God, there's some guys on this planet that are ruthless. They'll tell you to your face, you're fucking stupid. You know, I'm sorry you're dealing with that. I'm sorry. I apologize for they stupid ass. Um, that's why people don't like a lot of the war guys like the Hootie and Anubis and Ogun and all that stuff because some of them could be really ruthless. And then you got something that's like all like you said, they talk about compassion, love. I'm actually wanting more compassion because I could be gullible and naive, give people a benefit of the doubt, and once I hear people's full story and get the greater context, it makes me soft. And that's why I do have to have other people on my spiritual team step in and be like, okay, you clearly don't know what the fuck going on. You clearly are naive, or you clearly have misunderstanding, or you clearly don't know the full context as far as your actions. I know what that's like. And I'm not saying that. In some decisions, I don't even. I'm not saying I don't even regret certain decisions. I do regret certain things. I learned to live with those regrets, though. I learned to live with, you got to learn to live with regret. And understanding of yourself and realizing, okay, well, why did you do that? Why do you regret that? Um, that's where I be at with things, because I know that, feeling, I like to operate more so in a higher frequency. I'm not saying I don't be in low frequency, because sometimes I do, and I know what that feels like as far as anger and those things. But it don't feel healthy. I tell myself, get back to a frequency that feels good. That feels like me. Even if it's just a chill motherfucking frequency. I've been watching Gilded Age, chilling, doing my thing, relaxing. I'm relaxed right now. I'm relaxed in a motherfucker right now. Mm-hmm. I'm going to get up off here though.
And so they're going to have contempt for everything you say, because they have contempt for you as a person.
Yeah.
Things you have to really run through your mind and think and wait, But anyway, I got a story to tell you, but I can't tell you now. It's going to take too long. But maybe this weekend I'm going to tell you this story, and you'll see what I'm talking about.
What is it about?
I'm going to tell you. I can't write it. It's too long, man.
I know, but you don't have to tell me the story, but like, what's it relating to?
It's about me being one step away from death, and God saved me. And I'll tell you how he did it.
Oh, wow.
But I'll tell you how he did it. But I can't go. It's too long of discussion. Wow. And I don't want to be up all night on the phone.
Right.
Not to be mean, but I got to get this little rest in.
Okay.
I ain't in the, okay, sweetheart?
Yes.
But I'm glad you called and we got to talk. I cherish every time we talk. I cherish that. That's something special to me.
Mm-hmm.
You understand? Because you're my baby daughter, and you're very gifted. You're very gifted, and all that comes from God.
Mm-hmm.
That's Him blessing you. You and Daniel are very blessed children. So I wouldn't too much worry, because I know for a fact that you are blessed, very much so, and so is Amy. So anyway, honey, John, let me get up and use this bathroom and try to go back to sleep, okay? And,
okay.
And I'm gonna keep this up. I'm calling you this weekend, okay?
Okay, thank you. And
So that was a conversation I had in 2022, and at that time I think I was going through a lot of spiritual things, and I think unfortunately, if you're going through, sometimes you get on the radar, and I think in many ways, again, some of my behaviors cause those things, good, bad, right, or wrong. I'm willing to entertain all of it. But that's one of the conversations I do like to remember, at the very least. When you can have a conversation, not not playing a game, you just, not game playing, you just want a holistic, wholesome conversation, and so I would like that conversation. I don't even know what made me record it. I don't know what made me just like, let me record, because I wasn't in a sinister space or anything like, oh, I need to get this evidence. Like, it wasn't like that. And so I'm trying to, I don't know what made me quite get that, record that of all. Like, I don't know. I have no idea. Sometimes it just be like that though. And I don't, I'm glad I did though, because, it was an interesting conversation. For those who come in late, I did play that entire conversation earlier. And so, I'm gonna have to get up on off of here. I do send love and joy to anybody, and send it back to me. And you guys have a great weekend. Great weekend. Enjoy your day. Or night, rather. All right.